Today is Tuesday, June 20th, 2023, and we're going to convene the regularly scheduled Brattleboro Selectboard meeting. John, was this meeting properly warned?
Yes, Ian, it was.
Excellent. Thank you very much. In that case, I would first like to look for a motion on the minutes.
I move that we accept the minutes.
Can you give me the dates on it?
I'm getting there.
Okay.
I could make a friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment to the motion?
June 3rd, June 6th, and June 13th, all in 2023.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So Peter and Liz have made a motion. Board, is there any discussion? Seeing none. Peter and Liz have made a motion to approve the minutes of June 3rd, June 6th, and June 13th of 2023. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's going to carry 5-0. All right, we'll move on to agenda item 3, which is chair remarks. So just a couple brief remarks. So it's a little after 5 o'clock, which is rare for, I don't think we've ever done this since I've been on the board, convening the meeting this early. But if you take a quick look at our agenda this evening, we have a lot of things to go through. So we decided to, instead of going really late, we said maybe we try to go a little earlier, start a little earlier so that people can contribute throughout the meeting. I don't anticipate this becoming a regular thing. We've got a bunch of collective bargaining agreements to go through and hopefully approve. So that's a 1 in 3 years situation. So it's kind of rare that we have such a big agenda for a night like this. So my hope is that we'll just be going back to the 6:15 start times. But as always, if we were to do this again, we'd always make sure we warn it in advance so people know if we're starting earlier. Second, I just want to announce that the town's first Juneteenth art exhibit in the Municipal Center ended yesterday on Juneteenth itself. Local artists Roxelle Bartholomew and Mwanga William were able to exhibit and create and sell their art at the Municipal Center lobby, and they were both featured on NBC5 by reporter John Hawks yesterday afternoon, if you want to catch that. Also wanted to announce that the Living Memorial Pool is now open for the season for public swimming, swim lessons, and the swim teams. And then also finally that Recs and park staff are gearing up for the annual 4th of July festivities. The day is going to kick off with a road race starting at the Living Memorial Park at 9:15 a.m., followed by lots of free activities at the park at 10 a.m., and the evening will end with fireworks displays that are scheduled to begin at 9:30 p.m. So with that, I will pass it over to the town manager for manager's comments.
Thank you, Ian. I just wanted to update the board on the transportation center. We are moving forward with just one of the security services firms that we discussed last meeting and hope to sign a contract, or I guess maybe we have just signed a contract, and we'll be getting started with training later this week on that. I wanted to thank our police officers tonight for all of the hard work that went into a major drug arrest in town since your last meeting. Working with the Vermont State Police Drug Task Force, the Brattleboro Police recovered $200,000 worth of crack cocaine and bulk and prepackaged fentanyl, as well as a handgun and significant amounts of cash. 4 people were arrested and charged with multiple counts of drug trafficking. This is a serious amount of work to do something like this the right way, and I really appreciate the fine work from our police department on that. Also wanted to thank everyone that assisted with the planning and cleanup along Whetstone Brook near the Elm Street Bridge last week. During a 3-hour period, 23 people safely removed close to 2 tons of garbage and debris from the brook's edge to waiting DPW trucks. This joint effort included volunteers and workers from the Brattleboro Food Co-op, Sersasimo Lumber, people who brought the debris to the site, and I'm especially grateful for the Public Works, Planning, and Fire staffs who mobilized this significant effort. And that's all I had tonight.
Excellent. Thank you very much, John. I'll move on to agenda item 5, which is select board comments and committee reports. Board members? No on that side. Franz?
Folks who've been interested in or even coming to my office hours, I have to say that the next couple of weeks are just too busy. I have people visiting from out of town and lots of stuff that I have to do. And so I'm not going to have any office hours this week or next week, but sometime in July they will resume. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Franz. Seeing no other comments or committee reports, we'll move on to agenda item 6, which is public participation. This is an opportunity for the public to speak on any item that's not on the agenda or to request that an item be pulled from the consent agenda. And I like to keep comments to 3 minutes so that we can move along to the rest of the regularly scheduled meeting because we got a lot of work to do tonight. So I saw one hand up already. If you want to step up to the microphone, and if you can just tell us your name and where you're from for the record, and go ahead.
Okay.
And do you need the mic lowered a little bit for you, or?
I don't know if you can hear me, I hope.
It doesn't amplify.
Okay, it's for the BCTV.
Yeah.
My name is Susan Balville. I live in Brattleboro. I'm a property manager for a number of buildings in the area. I have distributed to the select board some select photographs that I feel are important, and it encompasses 47 to 55 Elliott Street. You will see that I put pictures of people who are malingering around the entrance to the area where the tenants live. That building houses 17 families and 4 commercial spaces. 3 of the families have children, and for them to negotiate what you see in those pictures is a little much to ask of them. I also manage a building at 59 Elliott Street that I have had in my portfolio for over a year, and I've not been able to find a tenant because of those very same issues depicted in that picture. The people that are hanging out and malingering around the doorways, sitting on the steps and blocking entrances to the building and the commercial spaces. This is a total disservice to my clients in that building. And I've done what I can do. I try to go down there and move the people along politely, tell them that they're not entitled to sit there, that it's for the purposes of people coming and going. More recently, I had an encounter with 2 people depicted in those pictures who willfully refused to leave until someone from one of the businesses came out to assist me and provide backup so that they would leave the stairs so that the tenants could come and go. Then I had another person also very recently who refused to leave, who said if I paid him $5, he would happily move. My biggest concern is for the safety and well-being of the people who occupy that space and the customers that come and go to those businesses on Elliott Street and how it impacts them. I don't think I can do this alone anymore. I can't continuously be there from 6 in the morning until midnight in order to keep those doorways open so people can come and go. I don't know what else to do except to bring it to everybody's attention. There's also other activity across the street in doorways of vacant stores that I see on a regular basis. I actually pick them up on my security cameras. I'm going to be sending that information to the police department because when they start stacking up down on that street, you know something else is going on besides them just hanging out, looking for a handout or looking for whatever it is they're looking for. There's other stuff going on there. In the Harmony parking lot, I have witnessed people when there's a congregation of people looking for money around the parking meters, that people deliberately, customers who drive to this community to do shopping and want to park in the Harmony parking lot, they deliberately go to a meter where there's not someone within 3 feet of the parking meters or the parking display ticket things. this is also unfair for people to have to put up with. I really hope that there can be a solution to keep people moving along so that they don't obstruct the rights of others. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Susan? I see Bruce's hand. I go back and forth between Zoom and the room.
With the one on Zoom, it looks like Bruce Clausen.
Yes.
Hello.
Yep, go ahead. Just say
Hi.
your name and where you're from for the record, please.
I'm Bruce Clausen, and I live in Brattleboro. I'm a director of the nonprofit Brattleboro Common Sense, and there's been some terrible mistakes made. I spoke to this board, not Mr. Case, Mr. Reichman, but about emergency homeless shelters last November and several other times with Kate in January. I told you myself about the advantages of decentralized camping. Other people from BCS have previously contacted you, and you all said nothing. That was irresponsible. That was a mistake. In February, the town health inspector submitted a report that implies that homeless people are content to live covered in feces. He said it was safer to sleep in the snow than in our shelter. Now the people who stayed in our shelter are still happy and healthy. They would be dead if they took the inspector's advice. But at the hearing, you listened to him all night and refused to read our defense statement that was submitted in time. That was a mistake you made also. So you convicted us and want to destroy us in a legal way. Now the news says that you're proposing, quote unquote, dispersed camping. Surprise, for homeless shelters. Isn't that the same as decentralized homeless shelters and RVs that are legal? Are you actually going to prosecute us while you imitate what we are doing? Homeless people need the project. They don't need the board to approve official reports that smear them with feces or contractors that imply they are cockroaches. And they don't need you to sit and say nothing while they're abused and defrauded by the local hotel managers. We are asking for compassion, cooperation. Please help. Please help us help them. I guess it's not worth your attention. Is suddenly so important that you have to prosecute us with threats and didn't even allow us to testify. Short and sweet, it's just incredibly, ignorant to, when it's important in the cold weather, do nothing. But now we got beautiful weather and you're ready to do something. Anyway, I'm sorry. That's the end of my rant. Bye.
Great, thank you, Bruce. Everyone raise their hands that want to speak in public. 1, 2, 3, and any hands there? No, okay, so, yep.
Hello, my name is Lisa Marie, and I am absolutely terrified to talk to you today, not because of you guys, but because I'm actually putting my life in danger to be speaking on camera. But I need to, because what I have to say is super important, not only to me, to my community of homelessness people, but to everyone in this room and out there on the streets. So we just had someone up here. My speech has changed dramatically, but we just had someone up here complaining about where we're staying during the day. Where else are we supposed to go? There's no benches for us. We are not safe anywhere. People are getting kicked out of their encampments. They've been there 6 months, and they just got told to leave. Where are they supposed to go? No one is telling us where we can go, where we can tent. The Pop Drop closed. The Pop Drop, we helped so many people. Since the Pop Drop has closed, I have personally found 5 people homes, 4 people jobs, have saved 3 people's lives. I have, oh gosh, don't swear. Anyways, it doesn't matter what I have done. I am out on the street nearly every day by myself, and I am homeless. There's all these meetings and committees. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Oh, it costs this much. It costs that much. It doesn't cost a dime. If I can do it and I am homeless, then anyone can do it. Get off your rear ends and do something. Stop blaming us for everything. It's not all of us. Yes, there's a handful or 2, but we are not safe. We are not safe safe down at the transportation center, not because of us, because of you guys. The people throw feces at us. People throw food and drinks, ask us for fellatio and offer us money when we are just trying to survive. We're trying to find food. We're trying to find a tent. You know, people are cutting tents, burning tents, saying, oh, well, you know, what are you going to do? Well, we're going to go and steal them because we can only get one free tent. You know, this is not helping us. Help us. Say, okay, you can't tent here. How about on Tuesday, we get some trucks, pack up your crap, and bring it to where we can tent and help set up? How about fire safety so we accidentally don't burn down places? How about self-defense classes so we don't get raped and abused and molested on the streets or in the hotels? The hotels are not safe. Tents are not safe. The streets are not safe. There are children out here. There are disabled physically, mentally, emotionally. Everyone's like, oh, just go get a job. How? We don't have birth certificates. We don't have social security cards. We don't have IDs. How are we going to get a job? Apartments. Okay, great. If a bunch of us want to get together and rent an apartment, oh, no, we can't do that. You're homeless. If you have 54 South Main Street as an address, you're crap. If you don't have an address, you're crap. What are we supposed to do? You know, yeah, okay, some of us are rude, granted, but wouldn't you be if you got tortured every day just to try to get your next meal? It's not all about drugs. It's not all about crime. It's about people who ran from an ex-husband or ran from a mother or a father who were just trying to live. It is people who just couldn't afford their rent, or somebody got sick, or they can't find an assisted living home. There is an individual in a hotel right now who's getting kicked out, who does not have a place to live. They have a walker. They can't tent. They can't. What is she supposed to do? Tell me. You know, we're thinking of forming the Cockroach Coalition, you know, because if we're going to get called, you know, undignified, if we're going to get called cockroaches, if we're going to get called all these horrible, despicable names, then we are going to use these names to prove a point that we are not who you say we are, because we are not. We want to be safe. We want to be, you know, housed from the elements, whether it's a tent, a camper, a car. We just want to be safe, and we are not safe in town. And
Lisa, I'm just going to ask you to wrap up.
Yeah, but just the cruelness needs to stop. It needs to stop from organizations that are here to help us. It needs to stop from town individuals. It needs to stop from everyone. It just, please stop. Stop. We're not as bad as you think we are. We're just trying to survive. And it could be any day you could do it. You could be out on the street tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. No other hands on Zoom, so I'm not sure whose hand was up first, but yep.
Hi, I'm Lisa G. Nash. I'm currently residing in a tent near the Brattleboro Police Department. Prior to January of 2023, I had lived since the end of 2004, a bit further north in Windham County. I worked as a holistic family chiropractor and movement educator, first in Saxton's River, and then in Westminster West from the beginning of 1995 through the end of 2015. And yes, I gave you my middle initial, and so that it would be easier to verify what I'm saying. You can quickly do so online. And during my 20 years of practice doctoring like that, I took care of a lot of people from Brattleboro. I took care of many people who were demographically quite congruent with the members of this board. So when I attended my first Brattleboro Selectboard meeting in March of this year and heard multiple members of this august body declaring authoritatively that there is no housing emergency in Brattleboro, I didn't ask, how do these people sleep at night? Because I already know the answer. You sleep poorly, you digest poorly, you eliminate poorly, and your kids and your grandkids are in general sicker, more learning impaired, and more pharmaceutically dependent than you are. This is my experience. And I know why. Epidemiology tells us why. It demonstrated definitively quite some time ago that there is a potent correlation between inequality and disease. Where there is increased inequality, all members of the community experience more disease, poor, rich, and in between alike. So I say, really? It's your will to go on doing more of what you've been doing and expecting a different result while pitying the poor for their mental illness? It's your will to go on acting as if the level of inequality in this community, which is already high and indubitably rising, is not an emergency? Your grandkids and their kids and their kids will not thank you for that.
Great. Thank you, Lisa. Kate. I just know Kate. I didn't mean to be rude about not knowing other people's names. We had 2 Lisas in a row, so that'll help me to remember.
Yes, you'll remember Kate. Kate O'Connor, Brattleboro, and I'm actually here just to make a public service announcement on behalf of the people organizing the 4th of July parade. That is on the 4th of July, 10 a.m., starts at on Flat Street, goes up to the Common. If anybody wants to be in the parade, if you could sign up by the end of this week, it would be terrific. It's Brattleboro Goes Forth at gmail.com. We also have a Facebook page, Brattleboro Goes Forth. And I know that the select board's going to be in it. So the rest of you probably don't know, but Ian knows. So that's all I wanted to say. I want to make sure everybody knows there's a parade.
Great. Thank you, Kate. And I don't see any other hands, so we're going to move on to, okay, last comment. Yes, I asked for everyone to raise their hands, but we can.
So, my name's Michael J. Jackson, and the homeless in Brattleboro is, I think, a little deeper than some people think in town. I watched people sleep on benches and church steps this winter because they couldn't get a place to sleep. There's people living in apartments in town here that are way worse off than some of the ones we're living in. I just got fired from a guy that had 40 apartments in town. About 8 months ago, I was working on one of them and I got attacked by one of his dogs. The other day, I knocked at the door, I was collecting bottles. And the dog got out past the owner and literally attacked me. I haven't heard back from the animal control officer or anything, but and the other thing is there is no place for people to go during the day. You know, I ain't sticking up for anybody or for anybody, but I mean, I wish you guys would be a little more forthcoming and give some people a direction of where to go or what they should and shouldn't do. They probably know what they shouldn't do, but they have no direction of where to go from there, besides put people on the street. So, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. And I want to just speak very briefly. Appreciate everyone who's spoken tonight and hearing these perspectives. I think it's really important for the select board to hear it. I think it's really important for the town manager and department heads and town staff who are here. Part of my responsibility as the chair of the board is to move the meeting along to keep this agenda going, which is why we're not engaging in a long conversation, because the topics that you guys have all brought up tonight, each member who has spoken are huge. And there's a lot of work being done and obviously work not being done. And I think it's really important for us to hear those perspectives. I would really encourage you to reach out to each of us individually and also to the town manager's office to continue these conversations. And the public comment section is absolutely a place for people to speak like you all have done tonight, so that you get your voice out and your perspective out here. So I just wanted to give that perspective a little bit of why we're not kind of doing a deep dive right now on it, because that's not really the role of public comment. It's not a warned item. And so it's more of an opportunity for the public to speak on things that aren't on the agenda and for the board to hear those perspectives. So I just want to express gratitude again for all the voices we've heard this evening in the public comment. Thank you. Board, I'll let a brief comment if you have one now, or else we're just going to move on to the agenda.
Yeah,
Just very brief.
let me just say that I was a big fan of the pop-up drop-in center. I was sorry to see it close, and as I understand it, the resources just weren't available from the other organizations that had made it happen in the first place. I don't know if there's some way to revive that, but I thought the spirit, the atmosphere, and the services being delivered in that setting were really excellent, and it would be nice to see something like that continue. If you have thoughts on that, please do approach me and let me know what your thinking is.
Absolutely. Thanks, Franz. Okay, so we're going to move on to the consent agenda, item 7 of the agenda. John, do you want to do a brief?
Sure. We have 2 items tonight on consent. If you approve the slate, you will be approving a liquor and tobacco license for Smoke and Munch on Putney Road, and you will be awarding a bid for the 250 Birge Street floodplain restoration project to Adams Trucking and Excavating in the amount of $1.365 million, and also you will be approving on that item to accept and appropriate a state of Vermont grant agreement in the amount of $81,500 to cover the costs of interpretive panels and archaeological monitoring.
Great.
Yep.
Thank you very much, John. Board, anyone wish to pull an item? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion. Daniel.
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Daniel's made a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's going to carry 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay, on to agenda item 8, new business A, the collective bargaining agreement with the New England Police Benefit Association's local 412. So as we move into these first 4 agenda items for new business, I just wanted to take a moment to sort of explain to maybe people who haven't seen this process, because it only happens every 3 years usually. The town of Brattleboro has 4 unions that have union contracts that sort of the town of Brattleboro, specifically the select board, signs into with each of the unions. Those unions are on the same track, so every 3 years, all 4 of those contracts come up for renegotiation, and hopefully the town and the union are able to find some sort of agreement, and we find ourselves here tonight. That work is done by kind of 2 groups. One is the department heads of each of the departments where those unions exist, and they are part of the negotiating team. And the other part of it is the negotiating team itself, which is our finance director, Sally Nix, our HR director, Sally Nix, our finance director, Kim Frost, our assistant town manager, Patrick Moreland, and our town manager, John Potter. The amount of work that has gone into what's before the board tonight is hard to really quantify, but it's really a lot. And if you were a careful viewer of the select board over the last few months, you would have seen that we've entered into executive sessions to discuss collective bargaining negotiations. That's the board working on this with the negotiating team. So this is not the first time that the select board has seen any of these contracts or the work that's within them. And so I just want to take a moment. I think last time this came up, I was a very new board member and I had no idea what was going on. And so I just like to sort of frame this a bit and just pass my gratitude on to the unions and to the negotiating teams and to the department heads for all the work getting it to this place. Obviously, the town and each of these unions being able to sign a new contract is good for the town. It's good for our employees. So I'm really grateful that we're able to be at the place we're at tonight. With that, I'm going to pass it over to John so we're going to go through each of the contracts individually, and we're going to start with the police union, and John's going to start us off. Yeah.
Yep. Thanks, Ian. And I really want to express my gratitude to the negotiating team as well as the negotiating teams from our staff that we were talking with all through this time. I think I came here so when I started in January. Sally Nix put appointments on my calendar for every Thursday morning from then until now, and fortunately, that was enough time to get through these very arduous conversations, which were great to have, and it was a really good introduction for me to learn about all of the really wonderful staff that we work with. And so, the first one tonight is the New England Police Benevolent Association, Local 412, and that is the union that represents town of Brattleboro employees, including our police officers, dispatchers, police clerks, animal control officer, and parking enforcement officers. And the current agreement that we have with that union is scheduled to expire on June 30th, 2023. So based on executive session discussions with the select board over the past 6 months, we've presented offers to the union and negotiated terms. The primary areas of discussion with this union have been wages, cost of living adjustments, personal days, longevity payments, employee percentage of health costs, team incentives, fitness incentives, retirement classification, and promotion minimums. We negotiated a new wage scale with this union, which we believe is competitive across the region for these jobs. And combined with the town's excellent benefits, we believe will make for a very healthy recruitment environment, which is a wonderful thing particularly for this union. The wage increases varied quite a bit across positions with renegotiated steps for those positions, as well as higher starting salaries in some cases, and a number of special assignment incentives and the like. We also negotiated a cost of living increase in years 2 and 3 of the contract. And we just try to give you a sense of how this all falls out. It's very complicated, and members of our team are here to help speak to this if necessary. But essentially, we were using as our budget the 4% cost of living increase and the scheduled steps for the staff in this union. And that would have added approximately $56,000 to police union wages. The negotiated agreement that we ended up with would increase them an additional approximately $70,000 in the first year, which the administration believes is a very sound investment as the town continues to rebuild its ranks and retain the excellent staff that we already have on the force. So this, attached to your backup materials, is a memorandum of understanding, which describes all of the changes that are going to be incorporated into the collective bargaining agreement. And if approved tonight by the select board, the terms of that would be incorporated into a 3-year contract with the union, which would cover the period from July 1st of 2023 through June 30th of 2026. And I think that is all I have on this.
Excellent. Okay, so board, I'd take a motion to start us off.
I'll motion.
Yes.
To approve the incorporation of these items included in the June 15th, 2023 Memorandum of Understanding between the town of Brattleboro and the New England Police Benevolent Association, Local 412, into an approved collective bargaining agreement to commence July 1, 2023 and be in effect through June 30th, 2026.
Great. Thank you very much, Peter. So, board, there's a motion on the table. Discussion, questions? We've got Chief Hardy's here. The negotiating team is here who can field specific questions if needed. Liz.
Well, as Ian so graciously said, we have just been discussing this in executive session for many weeks now, and I think that the negotiating team did an excellent job, and the police negotiating team worked in good faith, and I support this because I think we need to do right by all our employees, and particularly provide a good basis for recruiting for the police department.
Great. Thank you very much, Liz. Any other board members? Franz?
Thank you, Ian. So I also think this is a good agreement, and I'm pleased to hear that it provides an adequate basis for recruiting additional police officers to the town, which is something that I think is a real problem that needs to be addressed effectively. As part of that, I just want to say that it's something we need to keep an eye on, that recruitment has been going well for a while now. We do have candidates who are entering the academy, and we're anticipating having a real beneficial increase in the number of officers a year from now. But I think in the meantime, we have to see if it's working. And I would advocate that whatever resources are necessary to achieve the goal should be allocated to achieve that goal, and that we need to know if the goal is being achieved. And this, to me, is a very good start, but it's still an open question as to what the effects are going to be and what we need to do to make sure that we have a fully staffed and extremely high-quality police department. We need not only, the often talked about warm bodies. We need people who are dedicated, who understand what the police in Brattleboro are doing and the standards that they have to live up to, and achieving that quality of police officer is as important as the number of police officers. So I look forward to seeing great success and making modifications in the recruitment program and the salary structure if needed.
Great. Thank you very much, Franz. Any other board member should speak on it? Yeah, I think I'd echo Franz. The work that that I believe that this agreement will continue is ensuring that we are paying our officers adequately for the immense amount of work that they do for our town. And I feel confident that this is taking a step in that direction. And I agree that it's something that we need to continue to watch, and the nature of recruitment being that what it is, that it takes a long time. It's a little harder to tell the impact this will have. And so keeping a close eye on it makes a lot of sense to me. And I'm just grateful that we were able to find a place where we could reach some sort of agreement where the union felt that we're fairly moving in the right direction for salaries and benefits. If there isn't any else on the select board, I'll see if there's any comments from the public. I don't see any hands in the room. I've got one hand in Zoom. It's got a Fidel.
That's David Levenbach.
Okay.
Thank you. And I know you want to treat all the 4 contracts ad seriatim, but I just wanted to make explicit the point that these contracts will result in additional salary expenses of $166,500 above what was expected in the budget passed by RTM in March. And I say that without any objection to the contracts, but I think it's an important point to be made overall. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. And actually, I appreciate that point, and I had planned to make it during my little preamble, and I didn't. So thank you. Yes, approximately $165,000 over the budget amount, and that is an accomplishment, in my opinion, and that it's never going to be exactly what we budget because there's 4 contracts to negotiate, and it's done every 3 years. And so I think actually the impact to the general fund could have been a lot more. And so this number is a result of a lot of work being done from both sides to try to find to try to find some common ground and agreement. And to be clear, that's for all 4 unions together will equal that impact. So thank you for that. Nothing else on Zoom, and I don't see any other hands in the room. So in that case, board, Peter has made a motion to approve the incorporation of items included in the June 15th, 2023 Memorandum of Understanding between the Town of Brattleboro and the NEPBA Local 412 into an improved collective bargaining agreement to cover the periods of July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2026. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That's going to carry 5-0. Thank you very much. And we're going to move on to agenda item 8B, which is the collective bargaining agreement for the Brattleboro Professional Firefighters Association, Local 4439. And I'm going to hand it over to John.
Yes.
Great.
This was another very important negotiation. The Brattleboro Professional Firefighters Association Local 4439 represents our employees who including firefighters, fire lieutenants, fire captains, fire alarm superintendent, and office manager, each with different levels of responsibility for medical response. So emergency responder, emergency medical technician, advanced emergency medical technician, and paramedic. The current agreement between the town and this union is also scheduled to expire on June 30th, 2023. In this one, in this negotiation, the primary areas of discussion were wages, including new and additional steps, in some cases extending out for 20 years now, cost of living adjustments, the pay scale for paramedics. Wellness days was a new concept, which we'd be happy to discuss. Acting positions and training contracts. And so those were the main points of negotiation. We did end up with a new wage scale that we believe is competitive and will help us recruit for firefighters and EMTs and other staff in this union. I will say that the resulting wage scale here works whether the select board decides to go with a municipal in-house fire EMS. It also works if you decide to go with a contracted third party. The way we did this negotiation and came to an agreement. It is balanced so that both of those are good options for you. And the information from this negotiation will help us establish the costs of either of those directions. So that when you have a decision to be made in September, you will have the information to be able to make that decision. The budgeted 4% cost of living increase and scheduled steps, which we used as a budget for this negotiation, were approximately $52,000 to firefighter union wages for fiscal '24. The negotiated agreement would increase them an additional approximately $65,000 in the first year, which we believe is also a very sound investment as we continue to maintain our ranks in the fire service and also potentially recruit for additional staff. The agreement would incorporate previous memoranda of understanding that we had with this union. It will add the Juneteenth holiday and update language throughout the agreement to modernize pronouns and acknowledge the role of the town's human resources director. I forgot to mention that also.
Yeah.
It happened in the police agreement, in fact, in all 4 of them. So before you tonight is a MOU that is hoped to be ratified. Oh, no, this one has been ratified by the union as of this afternoon. So a little updated information from your memo. And if you approve this, we will incorporate the terms of that memorandum of understanding, which is all of the changes to the 3-year contract, and we'll incorporate those into an updated contract that will cover from July 1st of this year through June 30th of 2026.
Excellent. Thank you, John. Take a motion.
I'll motion.
Oh, Peter again. Let's go.
All right. To approve the incorporation of these items included in the June 4th, 2023 Memorandum of Understanding between the Town of Brattleboro and the Brattleboro Professional Firefighters Association, Local 4439, into an approved collective bargaining agreement to cover the period from July 1, 2023 to June 26, 2026.
Peter's made a motion. Discussion, board. Daniel.
I have a question that I am going to humbly ask. So it's about the schedule of shifts. I'm in support of this contract, so don't worry. It's a clarifying question rather than anything. So it says here on
Page number.
Okay, page number 47 of 373, right up at the top, where it sort of describes schedule.
Yep.
Got it?
Yep.
All right. So on duty for 24 continuous hours, off duty for 48 continuous hours. I am a lazy person. I start work at 8 and finish at 4:30. Can you kind of explain to like lay people what a firefighter's shift looks like? Are they awake for 24 hours continuously?
I'm going to ask the chief to address this. Chief Howard, please.
Welcome, Chief Howard.
And I'm pretty sure I've asked this before, but it just bears repeating.
They start their shifts at 8 a.m. in the morning, and they get off the following morning at 8 a.m. Do they get sleep? Sometimes, but not a lot. They do get rest. And as you see in this contract, the wellness day is something that's very important to us for the staff, because if you look at any of the articles dealing with mental health and emergency services, it's a very hot topic and important topic to make sure we're taking care of our people mentally. So yes, it's at 8 a.m. The shift came on this morning at 8 a.m. and they'll go home tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Then they have 2 days off and then they'll be back. But that's their schedule.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Daniel. Other board members? Seeing none, I'll look to the public. I don't see any hands in Zoom. I don't see any hands in the room. In that case, board, there's a motion to approve the incorporation of items included in the June 4th, 2023 Memorandum of Understanding between the Town of Brattleboro and the Brattleboro Professional Firefighters Association, Local 4439, into an approved collective bargaining agreement to cover the period of July 1st, 2023 through June 30th of 2026. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is going to carry 5-0, and thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on to new business, agenda item 8C, which is the collective bargaining unit with the Steelworkers Union. And I'm going to pass it over to John.
Yes, and I will also refer to this as the United Steelworkers, but you'll see from your agenda item that it is a much longer union name for this, but it is Local 944. This was a great group to negotiate with. This union represents Town of Brattleboro employees, including heavy equipment operators, mechanics, custodians, park maintenance staff, engineering technician, wastewater treatment plant operators, water treatment plant operators, and water service staff. And the current agreement we have with this union is scheduled to expire on June 30th. Based on executive session discussions with the Selectboard over the past 6 months, we've presented offers to the union and negotiated terms. The primary areas of discussion we have had with the United Steelworkers has been around wages, cost of living adjustments, the employee percent coverage on healthcare, vehicle use, a clothing allowance, shift differentials, and also special assignment pay. The wage increases varied quite a bit across positions, with some renegotiated steps, as well as higher starting salaries and a minimum cost of living increase in years 2 and 3 of this contract. The FY24 budget that we were working with included the 4% cost of living increase as well as scheduled steps and would have added approximately $60,000 to union wages. After all the negotiations were done and we had an agreement, we calculated them to add an additional approximately $28,500 in the first year. We think this is also a sound investment for the town as we continue to maintain our ranks and retain excellent staff already working for the town in United Steelworkers. This agreement would incorporate the previous memoranda of understanding that we have with this union. It would add the Juneteenth holiday and update language to modernize pronouns and acknowledge the role of the HR director. So before you tonight is a memorandum of understanding attached to your backup materials that has been ratified as of today. And if you approve this, the terms will be incorporated into a 3-year contract with the union that would cover the period from July 1st through June 30th of 2026.
Great. Thank you very much, John. Board, I'll take a motion. Peter?
Motion to approve the incorporation of the items included in the June 4th, 2023 Memorandum of Understanding between the Town of Brattleboro and the United Steel, Paper and Forestry, Rubber Manufacturing, Energy, Allied Industrial, and Service Workers International Union on behalf of the Public Works, Recreation and Parks and Custodians, Local 944, into an approved collective bargaining agreement to cover the period from July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2026.
Yeah, that is quite the...
There's a lot there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of words.
Great. Thank you very much, Peter. There's a motion. Board, discussions, questions, comments? Liz?
I just want to again appreciate all the work that has been undertaken by both staff and, by the staff and the management team. I remember that 3 years ago when this was accomplished, the town manager said, this was really the work of the Selectboard and the team for the year. And of course, it is a great accomplishment, but in addition, everyone is so much busier doing so many other things. So it's really quite an accomplishment that this was done in addition to all the other work that the town staff does.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much for that, Liz. Other board members? Seeing none, I'll hand it over to see any hands on Zoom, unless Patrick is who you're hovering over hand up. Nope. No, great. And I don't see any hands in the public here in the room. So in that case, board, there is a motion to approve the incorporation of items included in the June 4th, 2023 Memorandum of Understanding between the Town of Brattleboro and the United Steel, Paper and Forestry, Rubber Manufacturing, Energy, Allied Industrial, and Service Workers International Union on behalf of Public Works, Recreation and Parks, and Custodians Local 944 into an approved collective bargaining agreement to cover the period from July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2026. And I just remembered that someone is interpreting that, so I apologize. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's going to carry 5-0. Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda item 8D, which is the collective bargaining agreement with the International Union of Operating Engineers Local 98. This is kind of a little bit of a different one as far as who it represents. So
This is our fourth and final one, and this union, Local 98, represents Town of Brattleboro employees, including the Assistant Assessor, Zoning Administrator, Facility Maintenance Supervisor, Emergency Services Dispatch Supervisor, Assistant Treasurer, Police Office Manager, Library Circulation Manager, Library Technical Services, Parking Enforcement Supervisor, Library Youth Services, Information Librarian, Evidence Technician, Recreation and Parks Administrative Assistant, DPW Office Manager, Assessor Technician, Planning Technician, Recreation and Parks Program Coordinator, Town Clerk Assistant, Accounts Payable, Accounts Receivable Specialist, Teen Services Specialist, Library Electronic Services Specialist, Treasury Assistant, and Finance Department Assistant, all really critical positions to support support the town in all critical functions across many different departments. The current agreement with this union is scheduled to expire on June 30th. So based on, again, like with the other agreements, we presented offers to the union and negotiated terms based on discussions we had with the select board in executive session. The primary areas of discussion with this union were wages, cost of living adjustment, longevity payments, grievance procedures, and union coverage of positions. So the wage increases also in this agreement varied across positions. The one thing that was a little bit different with this union than with the others was that we had previously redone the wage scale with this union. So some of the shifts in salaries were already kind of accounted for in the scheduled steps that we had in our budget. And so the FY24 impact with the 4% cost of living increase and scheduled steps would have added approximately $44,000 to union wages. The negotiated agreement would increase them an additional approximately $3,000. We think this is also a sound investment, and we would like you to know that the agreement will also incorporate previous memorandum of understanding with this union, would add the Juneteenth holiday, increase longevity payments, and update language throughout to modernize pronouns and acknowledge the role of the HR director. So this memorandum of understanding has been ratified by the union, and if approved by the select board, the terms of this would be incorporated into a 3-year contract with the union starting July 1st and running through June 30th of 2026.
Great. Thank you, John. Peter?
4 for 4. I'll motion to approve the incorporation of the items included in the May 15th, 2023 Memorandum of Understanding between the Town of Brattleboro and the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 98, into an approved collective bargaining agreement to cover the period from July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2026.
Great. There's a motion board. Discussion? Seeing none, I will look to the... I don't see any hands in the room. In that case, board, there's a motion to approve the incorporation of items included in the May 15th, 2023 Memorandum of Understanding between the Town of Brattleboro and the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 98, into an approved collective bargaining agreement to cover the period from July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2026. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's going to carry 5-0. Thank you very much. And that will conclude the collective bargaining agreements. So we will move on to the last employees of the town, the non-union employees, which is pay, which is agenda item 8E. And I'm going to hand that to John as well.
Yep, and so yes, we've now addressed the 4 unions, which is most of our employees, but there are 44 non-union employees, of which 28 are full-time employees, including 12 department heads, 11 managers, supervisors, and 5 confidential employees. The rest are part-time. COLA increases for non-union employees are determined by the select board every year in June, typically. We believe it's appropriate to provide a 4% salary increase to all non-union employees for fiscal year 2024, consistent with the 4 CBAs. We have funds in the fiscal year 2024 budget to pay for this recommended pay increase, and no additional funds are required.
Great. Board, I'll take a motion. This is no longer a union contract.
I know, I feel awkward, but I'll do it anyway.
Okay.
All right. I will motion to authorize a 4% cost of living adjustment increase for the non-union employees for the upcoming fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023.
Thank you, Peter. There's a motion. Board members, any discussion?
Well, I have a sort of a philosophical, political question here.
Inches from.
Oh, good.
I'm glad that you're so visibly pleased, Ian. So if the salaries to town staff represent, I don't know, what is it, 60%, 65% of the budget? I just would like to point out to the world that we're really kind of setting that in place for the next 3 years. That a major portion of the town budget for the next 3 years has been decided upon or about to be decided upon this evening. And I only say that to bring home the importance of this to the community, to people listening and watching, et cetera. And it's complicated. You know, it certainly would be difficult for me as an individual board member to jump into the discussion at this meeting here and say, no, that's crazy. We're not going to do that. So it's got a lot of momentum behind it. I guess what I'm saying is that it'd be great if people in town understood and thought about the importance of the decisions we're making tonight, because it's really for the long term, if you think of 3 years as the long term. And so this is an appeal for people to be more involved in the select board and in being in touch with us, letting us know what you think about things, because the decisions that we make here have real-world effects on all of you for a significant period of time. That's all.
Great. Thank you very much, Franz.
And just a point of clarification that this particular item is just for fiscal year '24, and it's consistent with the budget that the select board and town meeting approved already. So we're not asking for any additional funds.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other board member? If not, I've got a question, but Peter?
No, I've got nothing.
Okay, great. Very quickly, 5 confidential employees, that's police department?
Human resources
Oh.
and some police, I'm not sure. If Sally Nix could tell us who where the 5
You could tell us who the
confidential
Or maybe not even say that, I don't know, I'm just kind of curious.
I believe it's referring to human resources staff.
Yes.
Yes, please, Sally.
Let me see if my memory is working. It would include the accountant in finance, Jessica Stickler, executive assistant to the town manager, sustainability coordinator, Stephen Dotson, HR assistant, and communications coordinator. And I think that's all of them.
Great. Thank you, Sally.
Welcome.
Great. Thank you very much, Sally. And then, I just, to kind of piggyback on Franz, what we've just worked through for these last 5 agenda items is a huge amount of what taxpayers pay for the municipal government, which is the people who provide all of these services to the town. So it's really important work. It's to ensure that we're treating them fairly, that we're paying them adequately, that we're making sure that we're providing for them when it comes to their health care, for their families. So it seems a little bit we're just moving through the motions here tonight because it's something that has a lot of momentum and it's something we put a lot of work into. But the work itself is really important, and I really echo Franz on the importance of people understanding that and being engaged in it. And I just have to thank all of the work that everyone has put into getting us here. I'm really grateful that we were able to come to so many agreements and that we're able to pass all of these tonight.
I think if I were to piggyback off a piggyback, can I do that? Is that legal? I think we got through this so quickly tonight because our staff packaged it so well and easy to understand and disseminate this information, which allowed us to really kind of truly understand this within the process that, makes this portion of it tonight somewhat easy. So thank you.
Liz.
I just want to mention while
Got you all
we're respecting the staff and the hard work and the negotiating, but we're also respectful of the taxpayers. And I think the negotiations that took place were respectful of the taxpayers as well.
Of course. Yep. Franz?
Yeah, if I could continue the piggybacking here. Since I've been on the board, which is just a couple of months now, one of the things I've learned that has been very heartening to me is just how excellent the town staff is. That the amount of work that gets done, the way it gets done, the quality of the information that's given to us to help with our decision-making is really outstanding, and that the money that we're spending here tonight is money well spent to support that kind of quality service to the town of Brattleboro and to the taxpayers.
Great. Thank you, Franz. I'll just look to members of the public. Nobody on Zoom. Nobody in the room. So in that case, board, we've got a motion that the select board is asked to authorize, that the select board authorize a 4% cost of living adjustment COLA increase for all non-union employees for the upcoming fiscal year beginning on July 1st, 2023. I'm actually, because it doesn't actually have any change to the budget, it still needs to be voted, though.
Yes, you approve this each year to confirm it.
Yes, okay. So in that case, board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's going to carry 5-0. Thank you very much. And we're going to move on to agenda item 8F, which is the VCDP closeout public hearings. And I think I've got Patrick, and do we have guests as well?
We do, actually. We have two guests on Zoom.
Yep.
We'll be bringing in Bruce Whitney from Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust and John Hoover from Groundworks Collaborative. And so just to sort of frame what the ask is this evening, the board is asked to conduct a closeout public hearing. And this is for two different projects. One, which is administered by Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust, which is called the Scattered Site Grant. This is a grant that comes before the board. The town applies to the Vermont Community Development Program, receives funds that we then sub-grant to Wyndham and Windsor Housing, and they use those funds to be able to provide a loan program to borrowers in the area. And the second project is with 5460 South Main Street. That was the construction of the new facility on South Main for Groundworks Collaborative. And so this evening, John Hoover is here. But I think if it's all right with the board, I would kick it over to Bruce Whitney from Wyndham and Windsor.
Yeah.
And just the last thing I would say is the purpose of this evening's closeout public hearing is to just document any comments from the board or from the public about the nature of the project. And these comments will get forwarded up to the HUD at the federal government level.
And so before Bruce starts, so I will just formally open the public hearing now. And then once we've heard from the public and the board with sufficient time, then we will close the public hearing.
Very good.
Excellent. Bruce, welcome.
Bruce, we can't hear you.
Yeah, there we go. It said the host muted me. Okay, thank you. I am Bruce Whitney. I'm the director of home ownership with Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust.
I don't understand.
Bruce, we're having a little hard time hearing you, so I think you'll need to speak a little bit more into the mic.
Okay, I will give that a try. I'm Bruce, Director of Home Ownership with Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust. Thank you all for having me, and thank you for allowing me to attend by Zoom as I live in Putney. So I got to food shop in Brattleboro and then come home and then attend the meeting. So thank you. As Patrick said, this is a grant that the town applies for and then sub-grants to Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust. The town has been doing this since 2014. And as Patrick said, we provide low interest loans to income eligible homeowners so that they can make health and safety repairs to their homes. And we also do housing counseling with a portion of the program. And this is just a formal process to close it out. So with that, I will cede the floor.
Great. Thank you very much, Bruce. Do we want to hear from John as well, Patrick?
We definitely.
They're one item at a time, right?
One project at a time.
Yes.
I would say just for the purposes of helping to clarify what Bruce, I'm confident, was trying to say, I had a little difficulty hearing him myself. But he provided a memo for the backup, and in the backup it said for the period of time for which this particular grant funded project was ongoing, a total of 93 loans were made for income eligible households, totaling $821,000, of which 24 of them occurred in Brattleboro, totaling $163,000. So those are Brattleboro homeowners able to make important repairs to their property. And there's also a housing counseling component, which supports people, particularly first-time home buyers. And there were 64 out of 248 such counseling recipients within this grant period from the town of Brattleboro. So in each case, the town of Brattleboro is receiving about 26% of the value of this particular grant, even though it's administered across 2 counties.
Excellent. Yeah, I think just for my own clarity. So there's 2 public hearings for these things. One when it opens and when we sort of decide to be the pass through for these grants, and then one time when essentially the work is done and the grant money has moved through, it's been spent, and then we are closing out being the pass through for the grant money. Is sort of the role of the public hearing now. Should someone have have thoughts about what was done or about sort of the decision of the board to serve in this role? Is that essentially yes?
Document feedback.
Absolutely. Okay, great. These are just a little different than what we usually do on the board, so I just wanted to clarify it. Liz.
Well, I just wanted to thank Bruce and your organization for the good work that you do. Home repair loan and counseling for first homes is very important to the town of Brattleboro, and housing people is one of the very important goals of the Selectboard this year. And I think that this was a very worthwhile project. I remember the hearing a couple of years ago, and I'm glad to close it out, but I'm assuming there'll be another. So thank you.
Yes, there will be another. We are in the next round, in the next grant, and we actually had the opening for that in the fall. So it's a little bit of overlap. Yep.
Great. Thank you very much, Liz. Other board members? Nope. Okay, so I'll just look to the public to speak on the first of these 2 for the public hearing. We're not voting, so we're just going to sort of for efficiency do one at a time. I don't see any hands on Zoom, and I don't see any hands in the room. So in that case, Bruce, thank you, and if you want to just stay here, just in case we do get a question, arguably a member of the public could ask a question at any time on either of these, I think. So you know, stick around, and then we'll just hear from John from Groundworks Collaborative.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Well, first, excuse me. Congratulations on making very fast progress through your agenda. We were scheduled for 7, and I thought maybe I'll just get on Zoom on my drive home just in case they get to us early, and you did. So kudos on the getting the wages and union contracts executed quickly. So this, as Patrick was saying, this is driven or prompted by the completion of our project at 54 and 60 South Main Street, both due to $500,000 from the Vermont Community Development Program, but also wanting to note and be appreciative that the town of Brattleboro, out of their program income, contributed $250,000 towards the project overall as well. Project closed at a little bit under $4 million and has supported us in opening and operating a 34-bed overnight shelter, as well as a day shelter that provides, well, a place for people who are homeless in our community to be, but also laundry, showers, place to meet with their case managers. The facility is also providing, in addition to shelter space, in 54 South Main, offices for administrative staff, as well as next door at 60 South Main, which is the new building built where the old drop-in center was, spaces for our supportive services staff, our rep pay program, and as well as HealthWorks program to be there. And for those of you who've been familiar with our shelter operations over the years, prior to this project, we were operating a seasonal 6-month shelter for a long time in First Baptist Church, and then at the Hammond Dormant Winston Prouty Center. But it was always a risk every year for where we might find the shelter, how long we could operate it, and only then be able to offer shelter for 6 months out of the year. So it's really been very impactful to be able to operate a year-round shelter in a stable and permanent levels. So thank you all for your support, both of the town funds and supporting us in accessing VCDP.
Great. Thank you very much, John. So board members, questions, comments on the Groundworks Collaborative's access to these funds through the VCDP? Franz?
Thank you, Ian. Well, I'll just say what thoughts this brings up for me. We heard just a short time ago some impassioned pleas from members of the public, people experiencing homelessness, which clearly is directly related to what Groundworks is all about. The fact that this project was successfully completed is really great. And really what I'm thinking and feeling is that we need a lot more of this. And I don't know where that money is going to come from. But it's really troubling to hear the stories of the ongoing difficulties that people face. Sometimes their own behaviors may be contributing factors, and sometimes it's completely separate from anything where you could point a finger or find a reason or assign blame. In any case, I'm really glad that you've been able to do all this stuff. I hope you're looking forward to doing a lot more of it, and please let us know how we can help. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Franz. John, do we heard from Bruce that they plan to potentially access funds like these in the future. Does Groundworks Collaborative also think that that's something they'll be doing?
Not well. Where we're at right now is, as I think probably all of you are aware, is currently our other shelter, Morningside House, is still closed, and we're working on trying to determine when we're going to reopen that and what that's going to look like. Whether that involves any additional investment from public sources is an interesting question, but right now our focus is on planning around when we will be reopening that shelter.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, thank you. Other board members? Look to the members of the public. Don't see any hands. Kate.
Kate O'Connor, and I didn't expect to get up and talk about this, but I was on the select board back in January 2019 when we authorized this grant. So don't want to sound critical, but there were 3 people here today that didn't seem to know, and again, where to go, who to contact. There's nowhere to go during the day. So I'm just wondering if Groundworks can give us an update on, since this is about the South Main Street facility, can sort of tell us a little bit about what's going on there timing wise and, just the general status, because I don't know, and it would be nice to know.
Yeah.
Go ahead, John. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I wasn't present for the comments, but just going off what Kate was saying, we are now, that shelter is open every day now, and is open for day shelter operations. Presently, we are closing for lunch. And so, unfortunately, for people impacted by that, but for various operational reasons, there is a period in the middle of the day where the day shelter is not operating. But we open overnight operations where it's just for overnight guests, wrap up in the morning. We are open for anybody who might be eligible and homeless during the day. And so we are open for business.
John, do you have the times?
Yes. The day shelter is open from 9 to noon and 2 to 6, I believe.
And then the overnight, it has sort of like a check-in process that starts at.
Yeah. So people can get on the wait list during the day.
Yep.
Any given day. And then I believe the curfew for checking in once you have a bed is at 8
p.m. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you for that question, Kate. Any other members of the public? And Daniel?
I shall go. So I don't want to speak for people who were speaking earlier because I can't, but having visited the pop-up drop-in center that was at the transportation center and was staffed by HCRS staff with their peer support team, the people that I spoke to there were well aware of what provisions were available at the drop-in center on South Main Street, and had critiques of it or different needs, and were really requesting something additional. And I think that the way in which the HCRS peer support team ran the pop-up drop-in site was meeting a lot of that need. And I would concur with Franz that, we should investigate ways to revive or, to meet those needs that are being unmet in our community, because there are many. And, I think that the public participation that we had tonight was quite exceptional. And we should really listen to it.
Great. Thank you, Daniel. Any other questions, comments from the community or the board? Seeing none, in that case, John, thank you very much. Bruce, thank you very much for both being here to speak to sort of the end of this process. And seeing no more comments or public participation, I'm going to officially close the public comment on, or not the public comment, the public hearing on this item, and move on to the next agenda item, which is new business agenda item 8G, the financial report. So I will invite Kim up to the table. Welcome.
Hi. Hi. So everybody has in your packet the finance report for up through May 31st of 2023. It is our 11th month. As you see, we talk about expenses and we prorate them because there are expenses within the budget that are budgeted for the full year.
Yep.
So we do prorate that. So in the we are right now with 11 months done in the fiscal year. We are 91.7% of the fiscal year complete. So the general fund right now, as of 5/31, when we prorate those expenses, our expenses are at 87.8% of the annual budget. The utility fund is at 88.9% of the annual budget. And the parking fund is at 90.1% of the annual budget. You will also see that there are other reports. There is the loan report that shows a balance of $4,150,536 in outstanding loans issued through the town's loan programs. The fund balance report contains updated balances on all the town's funds as of May 31st. And the grant report contains information on 23 active grants and 9 grants in the application process. There is one loan that is in default. We are working with the town attorney to rectify that.
Yep. Great.
That's my finance report.
Thank you very much, Kim, for the finance report. Board members, questions or comments for our finance director? Franz.
Yeah, looking at the revenues and the expenses, there's a final item on the general fund that shows just over $1 million, $1,089,000, et cetera, dollars.
And Franz,
It says-
if you don't provide us a page number, I'm going to scream. So.
I'm not going to provide it.
Are you not going to provide us a page
I want
number?
to hear this. No, it's page 96.
Thank you.
So yeah, on page 96, anyway, it says total general fund. It's kind of a, I didn't realize what actually that meant when I read that label, but apparently that's the difference between our revenues and our expenses at this point, or at the end of May.
Kim, it's page 16 of 16 for you. Thank you. Yeah, welcome.
Brattleboro. So anyway, I just wanted to ask about that number, since it's one that is of great interest to the Select Board, as it represents potential extra funds available in the coming fiscal year, or perhaps for something this fiscal year. And so if we're at 94% of revenues and 89% of expenses, well, I mean, what do you anticipate for the final month? Are we likely to go above the budget on our revenues in terms of what with the additional money that we'll collect during the month of June? Or do we actually collect things even into the summer months that go into the FY23 budget, just because they were due and didn't get paid on time? So I just don't understand how we close out the year and where we're likely to end up.
So we might have some of that, but it won't be a large dollar amount because we do modified accrual accounting. So that means we recognize the revenues when we bill it. So that's all there. So if there's anything that trickles in, it would not be material to the question that you're asking. We still do have another month, you know, we don't know what that month is gonna bring, but right now we are looking like we will be better than budget. We will have money left over. But do I have a percentage of what that is? You know, I can't speak to exact dollars and cents.
Well, here's what kind of my thinking was, that most of the money we collect comes in the form of taxes, property taxes, and that happens in discrete chunks 4 times a year. So do you anticipate another $1 million in revenue in the month of June? I mean,
well, we will get our sales and use tax, our local option tax. We will get that in this month. It should actually be any day. So that'll be a couple $100,000 in revenue that is not here.
Is that something we get quarterly?
We get that quarterly,
Okay.
but just to back up front, so you understand, we don't book the revenues of taxes quarterly. We book them when we bill taxes once a year. That's what modified accrual accounting is. So we book the revenue when we bill it, not when we collect it. So that is done in the first month of the year when we.
So that's ancient history at this point.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. But we will get the local option tax, which is.
So there still are
we
some
get that
significant
quarterly.
accounts.
Yes, there
coming.
are.
Okay.
Yes.
Other questions?
Nope, that's it.
Great. Thank you, Franz. Liz.
Hi, Kim.
Hi, Liz.
So total expenses exceed revenues for both the utilities fund and the parking fund. And is that something that gets prorated, or is that?
So in each fund, it's different, right? In the utility fund right now, we are waiting for, because that is billed quarterly, we're waiting for the last quarter. So right now, you're seeing the expenses are over the revenues. That will not be when we do when we bill the last quarter and we take that money back into this year. So that will happen in the utility fund. The parking fund, we have most of our revenues already. We are still waiting, our permits go on a different cycle. So there is still some out there for that, not a huge chunk.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Liz. Nope. All right, I will turn it over to actually, I've got one quick question. So later in the meeting, the board is going to consider financial software. I think that this financial report to the board is really helpful and to the community to just sort of see where things are at. And I'd hope that that process continues, the board continues to want that. Do you think the financial software we're going to consider would help to could we even make this report better using that software than the way that we look at it now?
Yeah, 100%.
And I know that we can talk about that more.
Yes.
I just wanted to sort of bring it up here and we can talk about it more. But yes, you think it would?
I do definitely think it would.
Thank you. Okay, so in that case, I'll look to, see Dick's hand first.
Thank you. Dick DeGray, Brattleboro. Wanted to follow up on Franz's question. And then on page 84, when I look at total revenue projected in, it's budgeted at $20,063,000. And we're presently at $19,008,000. Given the fact that I know we have another check coming from the rooms and meals tax, which might run, if we're lucky, last quarter, could be one of our better quarters, maybe $80,000, $80,000 to $110,000. And then the sales tax, which is budgeted for $1,025,000, I believe, somewhere around there. And we're at $750,000?
780.
780.
Another twos.
I feel like we're still going to be $600,000, around $600,000 short in revenue, maybe $500,000. Now, given that the police department hasn't really expended their budget in the past several years because of staffing issues, you still feel confident that we're going to exceed revenue projections because we are keeping our spending expenditures under budget?
I do feel confident in that, 100%. And I do feel that we will be more on budget with the local tax. I do feel we will come in closer to the 100,000, looking at the projections of what we did last quarter of last year. And we have been a little bit higher every year. I do think we will.
A follow-up. I agree that we're going to exceed the 1%, maybe not by a lot, but we're going to exceed and get over the line item. The issue that concerns me is we're trying to make up $1 million, and those two, the sales tax and the rooms and meals tax, is not going to make up $1 million in the budget. And we don't have another tax collection. So all the tax money is in, which is around $15 million. So that's a huge concern. And when I was looking at this the other day, I went, wow. And the first thing I looked at is rooms and meals and where are we sitting. And because I followed that quite closely, I have followed the history, and so I see where we are with that. And so I do have a concern that there could be, and hopefully I'm wrong, a potential deficit, which I'm going to hope that you're right and I'm wrong.
Okay,
Okay.
I think I am right.
Okay,
I think
and
we'll be okay.
we'll have a finance report
Yes.
next month, and we'll
And we will.
be able
Yep.
to check in on that for sure. But I think you've answered the question. And I appreciate that. I appreciate the question, Dick. Any other questions from the public? And I don't see any. Don't see any in Zoom. Any other follow-up board before we move on? In that case, and I realized that we should have had a motion on this one. I apologize.
Let's make it now.
Yes.
What a great idea.
Franz?
I'm thinking about it really hard at the moment, and I think I'm going to come up with one.
To accept the financial report as presented?
Peter has made a motion to.
He was suggesting that to me.
Oh, okay.
I
Franz.
move that we accept the financial report as presented.
Franz has made a motion to accept the financial report as presented. Board members, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Are you two?
Yeah,
okay,
we're done.
done toasting each other, and old habits die
Thanks, Kim.
hard. So
New habits are born hard.
so thank you very much, Kim. So we're going to move on to agenda item 8H, which is the EMS update. We've got two steps on this one. We've got the monthly report as per usual from the chief and AC Kier, and then we're also going to have a medical oversight presentation from Dr. Storn, who I understand is going to be on Zoom tonight. We can pull Dr. Storn up now if you'd like, or we can sort of hear from the report first.
He's trying to currently Zoom in, so.
Okay, so we'll do that, and and just this is the monthly EMS update that we get from the fire department that we started. This is almost a year. This will be the 12th. This is the 12th month, I believe. That's correct.
Correct.
Yes. So
so we're reporting on the 11th month.
Yes. Thank you.
In the 12th month.
Yes.
However that works, right?
Yes.
But thank you. So we're reporting for the month of May. During the month of May, the Brattleboro Fire Department responded to 348 calls of service. Of those 348, 281 calls required a response with an ambulance. During the month of May, the numbers were pretty equal to other months that we've had throughout the course of the year. However, we did have a greater number of higher acuity calls throughout this month, whether it being motor vehicle accidents with multi-system trauma, pediatric calls, near drownings, a few different other calls that were just high acuity. There was no one reason or another why there was a higher number. I don't want to putting caution out there on that. They're just coincidental. So with that, we continue to have our QA and QI with Dr. Storn in relation to those calls and calls with less acuity. I was asked by a member of the public about EMS response time, because we talk about that quite frequently, and where that all comes from. That comes from the National Fire Protection Association, NFPA 1710. You'll hear NFPA 1710 and 1720 referenced quite a bit. 1710 refers to career departments, whereas 1720 refers to volunteer departments.
Mm-hmm.
And they talk about the time in which it takes from receiving the tone to arriving on scene. For the most part, they break it down into two sections: the time that it takes for the individuals to put on their fire gear, and then the time it takes for the fire service to respond and arrive. And so they break it down in seconds, but together it's 300 seconds or 5 minutes for the arrival time is the standard for 1710. Our response time in the 90th percentile is 8 minutes and 7 seconds. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not the correct time.
6:09.
Yes, thank you. 6 minutes and 9 seconds. I had myself worried there. I'm like, where's that 2 minutes? Yes, that's not 5 minutes, but that 5 minutes accounts for other things, topographical, geographical accommodations, apparatus, staffing. So those are all factors that go into that staffing. You can also find more in regards to that NFPA 10 document and the AP Triton study. That's information's in there. But some of the current data and statistics pulled from July 1, 2022 to May 31st, 2023. We've ran a total of 2,797 EMS calls. The average time on the call was 27 minutes and 50 seconds. The need for 2 ambulances was 454 times. The need for 3 ambulances was 55 times. The need for mutual aid was twice. And we have transported 1,883 patients. Our average response time is 4 minutes and 30 seconds. If we talk about an 80th percentile, that's 6 minutes and 50 seconds. 90th percentile regarding all EMS calls is 8 minutes and 7 seconds. And then our 90th percentile specifically for emergent response calls is 6 minutes and 9 seconds. The total amount invoiced from Golden Cross is $923,759.40, and they have received $569,511.51. And that concludes my monthly report.
Great. Thank you. Oh, yes, Chief.
Just to add to it, I know I see Judy has her hand up, and in my monthly report that should have been in the packet is the list of certifications our staff, EMS certifications our staff does have. So that is in my monthly report in your packet. And one of the things I want to mention about what was invoiced and what they have received. Kim and I had a very interesting meeting the other day with talking about EMS billing. And one of the things that we learned from it that it'll take months to actually collect all the, like when June 30th comes, Golden Cross will still be trying to collect some of this money 6 months from now, still trying to add to what they get. So you can't really get all nervous about, well, they've only collected $569,000 because it's going to take them time to collect it. That's a very common thing. It's a specific question that I asked these people, and that's the answer Kim and I got. So I just want people to understand that.
Thank you very much, Chief. Yeah, and we will see in the proposed startup expenses, there's going to be some discussion about that delay in the revenue for our invoiced versus what we actually collect. So let's take questions and comments from the board and the public on this, and then we'll hear from Dr. Storn afterward. So board members, Daniel.
Thank you. Chief, thank you for referencing the monthly report. I pulled it out myself. So I note that in the list of people currently on staff, this includes the newly hired folks, correct?
Some of them are taking their EMS certification exam.
Yeah.
Some took it and are waiting for their results. And others, 3 of our individuals are testing for their advanced EMT. Mm-hmm. So one of them tested today, I know, and it takes time for them to get their results back. So there's that. Plus we have 3 folks that are currently in paramedic school, and one of them has finished his clinical time and has his ride time left, and the other 2 are close to finishing their clinical time and then have their ride time to do, and they're scheduled to test out the end of September.
Great. So you preempted all of my questions. Yes.
Can we just pause for 1 second just to clarify for people at home? So this document that we're referring to is the monthly Brattleboro Fire Department report, which is separate from the EMS update report. And it can be found, it doesn't actually have a page number, which I'm realizing, but.
Where does it live?
Is it not in the?
It's in the backup.
It is in the backup.
Yep.
Okay.
There's like a section for correspondence and reports, and this only happens once a month.
Yeah. So, sorry to interrupt.
That's fine. And so in the list of staff and their kind of EMT certification status, we got 2 people currently who are at paramedic status, and you just said that there are 3 additionally in paramedic school. So presuming that all goes well, that would be 5. And on staff currently, we have 3 AEMTs. We actually have 4, but one of them is Chuck over there. And I don't know if I want to count you in the list. Are you going on calls?
I do go on call.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll count you then. Fine. So 4 plus 3 additionally, so that would be 7. And then everybody else on staff has EMT. Sorry, my bad. EMT training.
Correct.
So okay, yeah, I think that's helpful information to know. And I'm sure that when we kind of keep conversation going about whether to go down a municipal track, that this will be information that people will be interested in.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Daniel. Other board members? Franz?
I have questions about the second paragraph on the report.
We're moving back to the EMS update report.
Yes, right.
Sorry.
Correct, thank you. Because they're kind of random questions, but what do you actually do about false alarms? You know, the 25 false alarms in the month in the month of May. What do you do? I mean, you respond, presumably, you send out the fire engine and you get there and there's nothing.
Yep.
So what happens then?
We have an ordinance that if it occurs 3 times within I believe it's a 1-month period, we can bill them for, or if we have 3 consecutive false alarms at that address, we can bill them for the 4th one. Typically, what happens at these types of things is a building that has a fire alarm system has an issue with a smoke detector in the building. It's a system smoke detector. We go there once, tell them, you got a problem with this detector. You need to get a hold of your alarm company. They say, yeah, okay, and forget about it. And we go again the second time, and we go, and it's the same zone, same detector. We say, you need to get your fire alarm company in here to either find out what's wrong with it or replace the detector. And usually that time it kind of sinks in that, yes, there is an issue and we need to take care of it. We've had a few times had to have given people a bill because it just kept going on and on.
So typically these are not pranks, they're not malicious?
No. Sometimes it's a child that was curious what that red thing was on the side of the wall, and we actually sit down with that individual and talk with them and take them out and show them the fire truck and try to explain to them what it's for and when they're supposed to pull that. So
sometimes it's literally cobwebs.
Yep.
Cobwebs.
Exactly.
Okay, well, thank you. I mean, that's reassuring to me that there aren't people out there who are deliberately doing this thing, or at least not very much.
No.
There's these other categories: a good intent call, a service call, hazardous conditions. Well, I think I can imagine what a hazardous condition might be. But what are good intent calls? What are service calls? And how do you differentiate the two from each other?
A good intent call would be, I go out and I got a burn permit, I didn't get a burn permit, but I went out and started a pile of leaves or something burning in my yard, and Franz, 3 or 4 houses down, says, hey, there's a lot of smoke up by Franz's house. Can you go and check that out? So we go and check it out, talk to you and explain the permit process for doing so and why it's important to do the permits so it doesn't make us come out for a good intent call. The people were calling for a good reason, and we go and check it out, but in turn, it turns out to be a good intent call.
And then how about a service call?
Service call would be when one I'll use is your basement's flooded, and we go and set up a pump in there and show you how an electric pump, show you how it operates, and hitch it all up for you. And when you're done, you give us a call, and you can either return the pump or we'll come pick the pump up.
I didn't know you did that.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, just satisfying my curiosity.
Those
Thank
are
you.
just a couple examples. Yeah.
Okay.
Good friends? Yep. Other I've got just a quick question, probably for AC Kier. So the higher level of high acuity calls this month, are they being responded to in the 98th percentile for emergency response time at 6:09?
Yes.
Okay. And so, we're in this hybrid system. We've been in it. This is reporting on the 11th month. We're in the 12th month of the system now. I can figure out a calendar in my head. So this is sort of a new thing. Is there any lessons that we're learning or things that we need to improve given this change in like the types of calls that we're getting? It might be a blip. It might not. I'm not really sure.
I think that in terms of the calls that we're getting are a blip. That's just how emergency services work.
Yep.
But we don't take one call over another to be just a blip in nature. We look at it very seriously. So if there's actions done or there's medical interventions performed, we take those very seriously, and we look to kind of critique down through what each and every intervention was. Was it performed successfully? Was there work to be done? Is there more improvements to be made? Was that the right intervention, or should it have been this? So we look at those pretty seriously. So the nature of the calls just happened to be a month with higher acuity, just a bad month in general. Those happen, and we'll have slower months where life is pretty good. But we do take those calls pretty seriously. So we don't like to downplay the call, but
yeah,
we learn from each call is what I'm getting at.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And Dr. Storn has just joined us in person. I thought you were going to be on Zoom, but
Well, apparently it takes me less time to get here than to figure out my phone, so.
fair enough. Dr. Storm, we're just doing the EMS update first, and we're going to move on to your presentation just after we hear from the public on this first part. But thank you so much for being here. Franz.
I just thought I would clarify, there may be some people here or tuned in who don't realize that acuity just means how sick somebody is when used in this context. So it actually came up during the past week, somebody saying, what does that mean? What are they trying to tell us here? And I said, well, I just think it means they had a run of sicker people than average. And I didn't draw any conclusion at all from that in terms of a long-term projection. I mean, if anything, I'd be thinking we might be seeing lower acuity long-term if the reports are true that people are looking at EMS as a taxi service now, and that you might get a whole bunch of low acuity calls at some point. But anyway, that's what it means. It just means that, you had some car accidents with injuries, you had sick kid, maybe some cardiac events, and I wouldn't draw any conclusions just from that happening for 1 month.
Yeah, I apologize. Sometimes I get focused on fire station lingo.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's really important to remember. Other board before we hear from the public on the EMS update? I don't see any. So Judy, you've had your hand up patiently, so we'll recognize you first, and then I'll look to other hands.
Great. First of all, I want to thank the fire department for continuing this monthly report. I remember that there was some question last time about whether to continue it, but it's very helpful, and I really appreciate your continuing to provide us this information. And I appreciate Franz's questions about a description of some of those calls, like a good intent call. So thank you, Franz, for your curiosity. I have like 3 questions around this update. The first one is about the 281 calls that required an ambulance response. And I'm wondering if we look back to 1922, when rescue was the organization providing ambulance transport to hospitals, would the Brattleboro Fire Department have responded to those first calls? They would respond as first responders to those calls in 1922. But they would respond to those calls just with a fire truck and with EMS personnel and did not need an ambulance. Is that accurate, that before in 1922, when our fire department responded as first responders in a very competent way, as they always have, did they need an ambulance, or did they just bring the fire truck? So that's the first question.
And Judy, I'd like to just get the questions, your questions out, and then we can answer them each.
Tell her she said 1922.
Yeah, that doesn't seem.
She meant 2022.
Did you mean 2022? You kept saying 1922.
You can tell how old I am. Yes, I meant 2022. I go back to the 1900s. So, yes, I meant 2022. The other questions regard are about the higher acuity cases.
Yep.
So during that month. So I was wondering, in these high acuity cases, is it necessary for a paramedic to be present for these kinds of cases? Or can they be handled by an EMS or an advanced EMS person? And the other question is, did these high acuity cases need to be transported to a hospital other than BMH? For example, did they need to go to Dartmouth or to Albany? So those are the three questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Judy. I'm going to pass it over to Chief Howard. So if you want to take them in any order, but the role in 2022, considering the 281 ambulance service calls and for the two high acuity cases, whether there's a need for a paramedic, and did these cases need to go to anywhere else besides Brattleboro?
And for your 2022 question, Judy, when we responded first response, we would respond to priority 1 calls. So any life-threatening call, stroke, chest pain, difficulty breathing, are an example of the calls that we went to. Anything that was life-threatening. So typically when we went to those, most of the time on that type of call, the people were transported. As far as, I'm going to put Dr. Storn on the spot as far as paramedic needing to be on the call.
For a high acuity call.
Yeah, high acuity call it's a tough one to say whether you need a paramedic or an advanced EMT. I know roughly we did a little scale of what amount of calls we did, like at the 6-month mark of what calls required a paramedic. And we were around 4 to 5% of the calls actually required a paramedic for them. An advanced EMT can certainly do a lot. Most days at the fire station, Golden Cross provides us with 2 paramedics. Occasionally, there's a paramedic and an AMT, but quite a few of the days, there's 2 paramedics there on top of the 2 that we have. If Dr. Storn feels like answering the question of whether high acuity calls always need a paramedic.
Yeah, I don't know that you can actually answer that question just off of that information. The number, sort of what constitutes a high acuity call, is still a pretty broad spectrum of services that the patients might need. With just those parameters, I would say that in general, you would want a paramedic to respond to those calls. You don't get all that much information out of the first 911 dispatch, and having a paramedic available for those calls, if they're needed, they're already on scene and are much more effective. You have a big time delay if you start with an advanced EMT and then require skills or medications that a paramedic can provide.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Storn. Very briefly, but then I want to be able to answer Judy's other question.
What I want to mention is that a paramedic not only has specific skills to employ in specific situations, but has a higher level of training and usually an increased ability to assess what's going on with the patient. There are cognitive skills that paramedics have, and you would definitely want a paramedic on those higher acuity calls. Could someone else fill in? Well, maybe so, but you would want a paramedic, I think.
And then finally on transport.
As far as they got transferred to another facility, once we drop them off at the BMH, we typically don't find out unless we find out through QI with Dr. Storn, how their care moved on after we dropped them off.
Because that's handled by the interfacility transfer, which is Rescue handles that contract between, Brattleboro, Memorial, and
Yeah, and I can speak a little bit
Yeah.
to that, just on how the system works. So Brattleboro is effectively a community access hospital. So they can admit a lot of things. We don't admit pediatrics. We don't admit ICU level of care. We don't have emergent surgery capability. So all of those patients would need to be transferred. The way the EMS system in Vermont is built for high acuity trauma patients, cardiac patients, stroke patients, the time window between whether you would transport directly to another institution or take them to BMH first is approximately an hour. For most places in Brattleboro, you are outside of that window to get them to either Dartmouth or Bay State. So outside of the rare occasions when Brattleboro has our CT scan is down or there's other things we can't provide and we go on divert, most of those patients will get initially transferred to Brattleboro. And then, again, without sort of specific cases and numbers, I can't answer what percentage of those people would go on to be transferred elsewhere.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, so for any other hands? Dick?
Thank you, and I want to echo what Judy said. I remember the debate about continuing this report. I think it's important, and thank you for doing that. Chief, you touched upon my question. I have a huge concern about the collection rate, which we're running about 61% invoiced at 923 and credits at 569. My trepidation grew even higher reading the article in Vermont Digger by Kevin O'Connor, and if you haven't read it, you should read it. It does give me pause. I had asked the board if they could get results for July, August, and September of the collection rate, the first 3 months of '22. At this point would give us a good indication of the money that we're going to get, I believe, in my heart, unless they're going to send somebody to collections, which I don't know if they will or not. If you haven't been paid for the July services yet, most likely you're not going to get paid. And what you do with that non-payment still remains to be seen. So, and you were saying, Chief, you think this is going to run into July, August, maybe longer before we have a really good idea?
Right. The billing agency said that it could take 5 or 6 months before you actually get before you get your full year of what you're going to get for collections.
And by looking at the schedule, you're looking at making a decision in August or September?
September.
Huh?
September.
September. And so we're not going to have all the financial data that I think that we need. This isn't about quality of care for me. I have stated that before. I think these guys are excellent, and I support them wholeheartedly. But I'm really concerned about a financial impact on the taxpayers of Brattleboro if this collection rate is at 61%. And I know that the billing rate is a lot less with them, and our billing rate is going to be a lot higher. But I also know that in the last report, the private insurance was at 12%. And 12% is not going to make up the delta of the majority of Medicare cases that we have. So that's a huge concern I have about us moving forward. And then a question when we get further down the road about some of your projections on revenue. So I would like you to be mindful of that, of how do we traverse that collection issue, because that's going to have a huge financial impact if we continue to stay at 61%. And I think is the goal somewhere around 70%, 75?
Chief, if you want to.
I'm not going to debate where you got your 61%, but I know if I call Dale Gerard tomorrow and his collection rate is around 70-something%.
Well, I know he talked about it the last time he was here, but
Right.
if you go by the numbers.
Yeah, Dick, I think, is just taking the percentage of the invoice versus what's credited currently.
Yeah.
So, you talked to Dale. Dale's got the benefit of many years of collection. So he doesn't have that gap, and so that's where the difference in the percentage is going. Dick, totally hear you 100%. And I think it's something the board is absolutely going to be looking at very carefully. And we're going to make sure that we get these EMS updates every month as we're continuing, so we continue to watch the numbers. And I fully agree that it's one of the many elements that we really need to be considering when we're working towards making a decision in September.
Thank you, and thank you for your responses.
Yep. Daniel.
Yeah, I just want to add on to that. So I understand your concern, Dick, because what Patrick presented as a revenue projection, a month ago now, is a number that's pretty different to $569,000. But I also think it's important to recognize the methodology that went into that revenue projection. And the methodology is sound. Like the number of calls that were in that projection, that's looking about right. The number of transports is looking about right. We know the billing rates for most of those. We know roughly what percentage is going to be collected for those different kinds of, services. And so I think it's important to remember that, what we have presented already is a projection. What we've got here is a real world situation, but it's based on some different billing practices. And there's a question for the board further down the road, if we did consider, fire EMS internally, about billing policies and rates. And, so none of this is really set in stone. And I wouldn't want to just say, what Brattleboro will end up with is the exact same dollar amount that Golden Cross collected during 12 months of service here, because it's not quite the same.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Yeah, and just to remind folks that the presentation that we got from Patrick on proposed revenues was sort of the system fully operating, after multiple years, this is what it would look like if we were just going, versus sort of the startup delay that we see with these numbers, and we would see if the town were to go the municipal EMS route. So, but no, we're going to continue to have this conversation throughout the summer into the fall. So I appreciate it being brought up. Any other questions on the EMS update? I don't see any, and I don't see any from the board. So there's no motion for the EMS update, so we'll just move right to Dr. Storn on the medical oversight. Welcome back. We saw you maybe 6 months ago. 6 months ago, yep. Thanks for being here. If you don't mind speaking just briefly to who you are again for people who weren't watching the last meeting that you were at, that'd be appreciated, and why you're here tonight.
Yep. So my name's John David Storn. I'm an emergency medicine physician in both Brattleboro, Cheshire Hospitals, and Dartmouth Health. I'm currently the medical director for Vermont District 13, which includes Brattleboro Fire. I think there's a couple of broader comments that I wanted to make before I get into it. And one of them is just for context, so people understand how the EMS districts are broken up in Vermont. So there are 13 different EMS districts. We happen to be number 13. But for scale, that sort of is centered around Brattleboro. Most of them are centered around a hospital, but we really sort of cover from the Massachusetts border, Connecticut River, up to Putney, and out west towards Jamaica area. And so I'm responsible for all of the agencies in there, both public and private, in addition to just Brattleboro Fire. Sort of the other thing that's, I think Dick brought up a minute ago, it shouldn't come as too much of a surprise to anybody that's paying attention that the American healthcare system is pretty much in crisis. All of our hospitals are overburdened. We have no nurses. Everybody's understaffed. And those challenges extend to all of our EMS providers as well. There's, I think one of the people that asked a question had sort of talked about people transferring out. And it is not uncommon across Vermont and New Hampshire at this point that even if we can find a bed within a 2 or 3 state radius, there just may not be anybody available to make those transfers. Which is to say, all of our EMS providers are working really hard and doing the best they can with limited and declining staffing and limited and declining reimbursement across the board. And then lastly, I think there's two comments when we look for where Brattleboro is going for EMS in the future. I think there's quality of care questions, but the much bigger question, I think, is political and financial in nature, which sort of collectively, I'm happy to talk about the system and how we've built it here. I'm really not going to get into trying to compare public versus private providers or any of the other people across District 13. So everybody's doing the best they can. Everybody's providing good care. All right. So looking back through the calls over the last years, the number that I have is about 2,800 EMS calls over the last year. That works out to a median of about 8 calls per day. And the last time we talked, big concern about how many EMS units were staffing. When you sort of break down how many times there were concurrent calls, about 455 times, well more than once a day, we're running 2 calls at the same time. About 54 times over the year, we got into needing that third ambulance at three calls simultaneously. And one episode where we went to a 4th call.
Yeah.
No matter how you design a system, you can't financially make something happen to cover every possible eventuality. I think 1 out of 2,800 that we might have missed by not having a 4th unit available is completely not unreasonable. In general, it's sort of difficult to play out the exact breakdown of call types. You wind up with a pie chart with about 1,700 different delineations to it. But in general, the vast majority of our calls sort of fall into just general illness, which somebody calls EMS for whatever, they don't have a sort of specific complaint. About 15% of them are falls. About 9% of the calls are mental health. And when you sort of break down the individual medical complaints as far as chest pain, shortness of breath, seizures, strokes, you wind up with about 1 to 5% of each of those calls. I think you sort of talked through all of the people that are progressing up through levels of training. What we're doing right now, we generally do a monthly session. I take a look at all of the calls that flag for high acuity for me. So there's sort of 100% review of all the calls through District 13. And then we do monthly case review sessions, sort of taking calls that either good learning points or things that we could have done better, things that went really well, and go over that. Done a couple additional trainings over the last couple of months, specifically with regard to aggressive airway management. Did some work with DART and utilization of the helicopter EMS services, and then some specific stuff on motorcycle crashes coming into the summer season. That was sort of the general overview that I had prepared. If there's other questions, I'm happy to take them.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Storn. Board, start with you all. Questions, comments? Dr. Storn? Yes, please.
I just want to thank you, Doctor, because every time you come, it's so important for the people of Brattleboro to hear your perspective on the service that we provide.
Thank you.
Other board members? Franz.
I just want to say how much confidence I have in Dr. Storn's efforts and also the efforts of the emergency department at Brattleboro Memorial and its sister facility, Cheshire Medical Center in Keene, where I worked for many years, including supervising EMS stuff. I think it's a really great organization. I think everything we see tells us that the levels of care are excellent and the supervision is excellent. I recently was at one of the QA/QI sessions. It was real interesting. Reminded me of the good old days. And so anyway, thank you for doing this work on behalf of the town.
Great. Thanks, Franz. Yeah, and thank you very much for being here. We'll hear questions from the public. I just wanted to comment that it's really good to know that 100% of the high acuity calls are being reviewed. That is, I'm just really glad that we have that level of review in District 13 across the district, but specifically for the town and for Brattleboro. And that, that's really good work. And I'm also, it's very interesting, and now that we've been doing this almost a year, that having the breakdown for the actual numbers is very helpful. And yeah, when we started this and not knowing kind of not knowing the numbers yet, and the number of calls that we were going to get per day, and the number of ambulances that we were going to need. So it's very helpful to hear that the system we have is handling it. And I just appreciate the overview.
And I suppose I should clarify just against the comment. So my cuts through the Vermont, all of the charts get uploaded into the Vermont system, and then I have access to all of that. So I have a specific set of filters that basically pull all the abnormal vital signs.
Yeah.
Which is how I define high acuity. That may not be exactly the same definition.
Yeah.
that we were the public had asked about earlier.
Okay, so fair. So they're not quite the same, but
I made my own cut points for what triggered for me, because I can't review 3,000 plus calls.
Yes, that makes sense.
And we trust your judgment.
Yes,
that is
I trust.
because it is.
Yeah. Do you think that yours is broader than what would be defined? I don't know what as how we were defining high acuity,
and mine is probably a little bit narrower.
Yeah.
It winds up, and it's a little bit different just how it prints out. It winds up being between 17 and 30 pages of calls a month.
Yeah. Excellent. Thank you. Other board members? In that case, just looking for anybody in the public. Don't see any hands. And I don't believe we have a motion for that. So yes, I think in that case, I'm just going to thank you all, gentlemen. Thank you so much, Dr. Stork, for being here. And I think at this point, why don't we take a 10-minute break before we move on to the next agenda item. So we'll see you back here right around 7:30. Okay, everybody. We are going to reconvene the Brattleboro Select Board meeting. It is 7:30. So we're going to move on to new business agenda item 8I, which is the Fire EMS Transition Project June update. This is a multi-part item, and it's sort of keeping with the plan that the board approved in the spring with a multi-track, the potential municipal EMS track and the third-party contract track. This update is going to be more municipal EMS update, but we'll get a quick update from John on the third-party contract side. And we'll hear a little bit about the public engagement as well, which is an important element of this process. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to John. And just to remind people right now, we're not making any decisions tonight. This is one element of, specifically with the municipal EMS, this is one element of like many presentations. Some we've already had, some we're going to have that we're going to need to consider all together. And so I just encourage us to remember that we're not making a decision tonight, and we're really here to ask questions, to learn information as we continue towards September, when we'll ultimately need to make a decision. So with that, I'll hand it over to John for the first element on public engagement.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. And we are continuing with the tasks that you approved in May for the Fire EMS Transition Project Plan. And tonight is the third major opportunity for public input on this project. And as Ian mentioned, I'll be updating you on public engagement, the request for information from third-party EMS providers, and then Patrick will be giving us a presentation on the initial startup costs for the fully municipal EMS approach. Public engagement. So we continue to emphasize and value public feedback through a very transparent approach of learning together, as you mentioned, with the community about what might be best for Brattleboro in the long term with regards to emergency services. The project website has been getting a good deal of traffic, and I have also found that we are starting to pick up and get more feedback on the EMS feedback at brattleboro.org email. And in fact, in your packet, I included a attachment that in your backup materials that shows how we are processing questions that come into the project email.
That's page 128 of the backup material.
Thank you, Ian. And any questions or feedback on that would be great to hear from you. That's what we will end up packaging towards the end of the project to give you all of the information that we've received. So I will pause there and see if there are any questions on how we're conducting public engagement.
Yeah, starting with the board on the update to public engagement. Board members? Daniel?
Yeah, I guess the conducting of public engagement, I feel like is, being done pretty well. I did just say to Patrick on the break, and I suppose I'll say it publicly as well, that like on the EMS transition project webpage, it would be nice to have documents in all maybe not all formats, but like there's an Excel spreadsheet on there, and not every computer runs Excel, so like it'd be reasonable to make like, I don't know, at least a PDF of that available so that folks can at least see what's on it. And Patrick assured me that it will be done. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Daniel.
Other board members? I just have a quick question. So we had sort of talked about an updated, like an FAQ.
Yeah.
Is this sort of the proto FAQ that I'm looking at in attachment 1, or is that going to be sort of a separate thing that?
There is also an FAQ. This is more about all of the questions that you get and organizing them in some fashion so that you can, figure out what was asked and how it was responded to.
Yeah, which is kind of so that we're getting, and so for each update for whatever track, if the board can continue to get this as it expands to look at, I think that would be helpful for me. I don't know if other board members agree with that. I don't see any head nods, so we can pause on that for a moment. Franz?
Well, I wish to chastise the public for the paltry number of comments that we're looking at here on attachment 1. Come on, folks, ask some questions. Let's get this whole ball of wax rolling. And so, I really look forward to more input from the public. We've set up the means for people to contact us and tell us what they think, so jump right in. If you have comments about EMS in Brattleboro, you're welcome to submit them.
I would also piggyback off of what Franz was saying, though I won't chastise anybody. I will, I'm just saying that the lack of commentary from newer voices that might be concerned are really lacking in this conversation. And I would encourage people to step forward if this is a path and give us a little direction or at least some commentary. Let us know how you feel.
Great, thank you, Peter. So I'll turn it over to the board. Yeah, I see 2 hands. Dora was up first, and then I'll have one from the room, from Zoom, and then Kate.
Dora Bubelis, Brattleboro. I just wanted to say, just to follow up on, because I was going to make this comment anyway, and then Peter and Franz made their comments. So remind the board that it's summer, and the timeline that you have set up for this is summer. People pay much less attention to public affairs in the summer than they do in the rest of the year. So part of that is making sure that you get as much word out there and solicit as many people yourselves to be able to make comments.
Great, thank you, Dora. On Zoom is Bob Ozer. Bob?
And hello, I hope you can hear me. I guess not. No. Maybe I'm not muted, but maybe it's just not working. I see the microphone is lighting up, but
Bob, we can't
Yeah,
hear you.
can't hear me. Okay.
Okay, so we're going to pause you and we're going to go to Kate and we'll come back to you and see if we can get it figured out.
Yeah, Kate O'Connor, Brattleboro. I have to take issue with what one of your or two of your select board members just said. There are lots of members of the public who are interested in this. And I just want to remind everybody how this started with no allowance for public participation. And I think that sets a damper on people feeling like, why do I get involved now when I wasn't listened to in the beginning? And I didn't want to get in this back and forth, but there were two members of the board who were chastising the public for not getting involved. And I just hope you would not do that. So thank you.
I'd like to
Okay,
comment really quick.
we don't need to get into a back and forth.
No.
If you can please not get into a back and forth.
I'm not. So what I'm trying to do, Kate, is honestly solicit and re-engage the community in this. At least that was mine. That was my intent. So that's all. I just wanted to reiterate. That's what I said, and I believe that's what Franz was saying as well.
So let's go back to Bob.
And how does that work?
We still cannot hear you.
Still cannot hear me.
No. So I just want to, Bob, keep raising your hand as we keep moving through the process, and hopefully we can get your audio working because I want to be able for you to participate.
Could he just call in rather? We don't, the video. We like to see you, Bob, but you could call in. We could at least just get the audio, right?
Yeah. So if you want to try calling in, and we're going to keep moving to keep the agenda moving, but we can hear your comment on this item and the continuing ones as we move. And I don't see any other hands on this item. Dick?
A couple of questions, and thank you. Startup staffing calls for 6 new.
We're just on the public comment.
Oh, okay.
Engagement.
Yeah.
Thank
you. I'm sorry, on the public engagement. Yeah.
Oh.
But we will get there.
No, thank you.
Yes. Okay, so we're going to move on then to the second portion, which is I2, the contract EMS update.
Yes, so this is the contracted track, and I just wanted to let the board and the public know that we took all of your feedback from the meeting, the second meeting in May, and that from you and the public, and we incorporated that into a revised request for information, which was published on June 1st, 2023. And the purpose of that RFI is to start to gauge what level of interest there may be for those who may want to provide private emergency services to the town, and also to help inform the development of a subsequent RFP. We also sent that out to a long list of EMS providers and a number of journals, relevant journals, and other places. We've been posting it on social media, on the town website, and elsewhere. Right now, the RFI page on the town website has had 66 views to date from 17 separate IP addresses, so that's opening up the RFI. To date, we've received one clarifying question on the RFI and one formal RFI response. I want to remind everybody that responses are due back to the town by 4 p.m. on June 30th. And any questions on that? Be happy to answer.
Questions on the update to third-party EMS contract track? Seeing none, and I'll look to the public. And Bob, I have you in mind for when you figure it out. Seeing none. Okay, hands back up. Let's see if we got them now.
We'll see if this works. Can you hear me? Cannot hear me.
Oh, yeah.
Chris, can you hear him over there?
Barely hear him over here.
Is it?
Just check the volume. Hey, Russ, can we?
I've got it cranked up to 9 there.
It is
11.
Go to 11.
Yeah.
Let's spinal tap this thing.
Okay.
Daniel's idea, having him call in with a telephone.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry, Bob, that we're having that technical difficulty. But yeah, if you can try calling in with your cell, the number is at the top of the warned agenda to how you call into the Zoom meeting. Okay, so we're going to move on to the third part of agenda item 8I, which is a municipal EMS startup expenses presentation.
Yep.
So I'll hand that over to John first.
And, well, yeah, really just to pass it to Patrick, who's going to give us a presentation on the initial analysis that we've done on startup costs for the fully municipal EMS approach.
And board, as we did with the last presentation and the future presentations on this track, I ask that we keep the questions till Patrick's done with his presentation, and then we can move from slide to slide on any questions you have or the public has, so that we can learn as much information as possible. So with that, Patrick?
Yes, sir.
Can we turn the air down a little?
Oh, now you're...
Yeah, it's pretty cold.
Now it's cold.
Yeah.
Can we let Patrick go and then?
Yeah, go.
Okay, great.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
She just wants the AC turned back down. So.
But I'll wait till you're done.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
AC turn back down. You want me to go do that now?
No.
Okay. So what I'm about to present here in just a moment is work to date on staff's best guess for startup expenses. And by staff, I just want to mean that that's John, myself, certainly Chief Howard and AC Keir, Kim Frost, Sally Nix. This is a sort of a all hands on deck analysis that we've been undertaking. And tonight we're going to take a look, we're going to switch away from what had been revenue projections and take a look at startup costs. We start startup costs with the need for additional staffing. Currently, within Brattleboro Fire Department, there are 3 platoons of 8. And we're working on a operating assumption that the ideal formulation for a fire EMS program at Brattleboro Fire Department would be 3 platoons of 10 plus an EMS supervisor. So currently there are 3 platoons of 8. We are working towards a staffing model of 3 platoons of 10 plus an EMS supervisor. This requires 7 new staff to join the force. We're projecting sometime between November of this year and June of 2024 when we're proposing, should the board choose to go this direction, we might be able to transition to the new program. So we start with staffing, and we've got an EMS supervisor that we would propose to have as a startup expense for 8 months. That would be somebody who would be hired in November, would work all the way through to June 30th under a startup expense. That person would help hire all the other staff, would be somebody who would be building the EMS program within Brattleboro Fire. We would hire 6 firefighters, 2 for each platoon. You'll notice down here in the bottom right, this has it for 21 months. And the way that's arrived at is we're assuming we would hire 1 person per month between January and June. So the person hired in January would be with us for 6 months. The person hired in February would be with us for 5 months, and so on. You add up those months, you get a total of 21 months. The cost for those 2, the EMS supervisor would run us between salary and benefits about $85,000. And the 21 months of firefighters, I note here that we have them calculated as AEMT. Some could be paramedic, some will be EMT. For the purposes of doing an analysis, we've assumed everybody at AEMT status, and that would come to about $155,000. Together, startup staffing approximate $240,000. Now, the next expense that we include is quarterly revenue, which is kind of interesting because several times this evening we have talked about, you send out bills in your first starting month and you're not likely to receive any revenue for a little while. So what staff is proposing here is to front end the revenue for the first operating quarter. In this instance, we're thinking that's fiscal 25, quarter one. We're estimating this at about $250,000. You add that to the $240 for the staffing, we're up to $490,000. To which we will need some billing software. This is a specific kind of software application. It's not Excel. It's not, it's a specific software necessary for managing the billing of EMS services. We're proposing $20,000 be set aside for a startup consultant. Likely this would be AP Triton. And this would be somebody who has worked with communities before going through this type of transition. They would help the staff and the board to set policies and procedures so that the new EMS program would be on a sound footing and making use of best practice within the industry. We need to add radios. There are 3 radios proposed, mobile radios you see down at the bottom. Those are ones that are actually installed in ambulances. And there'll be 7 portable radios. Those are radios that the firefighters wear on their person. We are now up to $618,000. And then finally, turnout gear for each of the 7 new employees. That brings us up to $674,250. That's for staffing, equipment, the billing software, the startup consulting, everything we've mentioned thus far. From here, the decision really comes down to ambulances. We're proposing 3 ambulances, and there are a range of ambulance types out there. This isn't every ambulance type out there, but this sort of represents the highest of the high end and what we think is a really good mid-range or possibly low end. There's the cab-on truck model, which is the picture on the left, very familiar. These cost about $400,000 fully equipped. There's a van model, which is becoming increasingly popular. These are about $200,000 fully equipped. There is another difference between these two. The cab-on truck model right now is requiring about a 24-month lead time to acquire. So if we were to place an order, it wouldn't be in our garage, so to speak, for 24 months. The van model are much more accessible, and we would imagine we could acquire those relatively easily. So we take a look at what's called option 1. There are 4 options, and they differ only in the types of ambulances that we put in the station.
So just to pause you, so the very top number, I know I'm asking a freaking question right when I said it, we wouldn't do that. I apologize. Never mind, go ahead.
What I think you were going to point out is this top number of $674,250 remains the same across all 4 options, and the answer to that is absolutely yes. Option 1 is built around the idea of acquiring 3 cab-on truck models. You can see there's 3 instances of $400,000, and we see a lease. We've had some conversations with Golden Cross and have asked if we were to need your ambulances for an additional period of time, could we lease those? The answer is yes, and for 15 months, that would cost us about $50,000. The reason it's 15 months, assuming the board makes a decision in September, we place an order right away for new ambulances. With a 24-month lead time, you would deduct the 9 months currently under our existing contract with Golden Cross, which is where we get to 15 months. So option 1 totals about $1.9 million. It includes 3 cab-on truck model ambulances and provisions for leasing 3 in the months until those arrive, plus the other staffing expenses as noted before, $1.9 million. Option 2 simply differs in one respect. You replace one of those cab-on truck ambulances with a van ambulance. That lowers a $400,000 expense down to $200,000 and reduces the number of ambulances we need to lease. Option 2 would run us approximately 1.7 million. Option 3, this particular option includes 1 cab-on-truck ambulance and 2 vans, and reduces the number of ambulances we need to lease down to 1. Option 3 would cost about 1.5 million. And lastly, we've got option 4. You'll notice there's the same 674 up at the top, 3 van-style ambulances at 200,000 apiece, and option 3 would cost just under 1.3 million. Altogether, you've got a range of options we see, ranging from 1.9 on the high end down to 1.3 on the low end. One question is, how might we pay for this? A couple of options. One option would be to make use of ARPA funding. We could, if the board chose to go that direction, we could order equipment in September, hire the EMS supervisor in November, begin hiring firefighters in January. We could work with AP Triton to develop policies and procedures and initiate the new program July 1, 2024. The downside of that approach is the opportunity cost from using ARPA. If we were to, for example, choose option 4 and use 1.3 million in ARPA funding, there would still be 1.4 million in ARPA funds available for other projects. But the 1.3 spent on EMS obviously wouldn't. Another alternative might be to use bond proceeds. The advantages of using bond proceeds are all 2.7 million of ARPA are available for whatever uses the select board decides. The downside would be, we think we would need to wait for representative town meeting to authorize the borrowing. That may lead us to need to reconfigure the fiscal 25 budget, because we think there would need to be a later start date. July 1 wouldn't be as easily achieved. 12/31 or January 1 actually would be viable. So we would order equipment in April, borrow in May, hire the supervisor in May, and begin hiring firefighters in July, working towards a January 1 start date. The borrowing would add approximately $175,000 to the general fund for each of the next 10 years. Taxpayers would pay approximately $445,000 in interest for the EMS startup expenses. And this additional debt may actually impact other debt-financed projects that are kind of in waiting. One of the things we're thinking about here is the swimming pool. We know there's been a good deal of talk about the need to do improvements at the swimming pool. So this additional debt would begin to crowd other projects like that. And then lastly, we're in a bit of a predicament should the vote on the bond article be no. So are there any questions?
Great.
Only a million.
So we'll start with the board. So we've got a great presentation from Patrick on the potential fire EMS transition startup costs. So board members, questions, comments? Liz.
I just want to thank you, Patrick. That was very clear and important information for us all to ponder.
Thank you very much, Liz. Other board members?
I agree with Liz. Good job.
Thanks, sir.
I have a few.
Yes, of course.
But
Daniel.
like I would happily make some space for somebody else if they have a question.
Go right ahead.
Okay, I will. I'll try and just do them in order. So let's see. Slide number 9 with option 1 for ambulances, please. Thank you.
Yep.
So you and maybe you said this, but I didn't quite catch it.
Yes.
So you've listed out the price of an ambulance here, $400,000. What equipment is included in that cost?
I would describe that as a layperson as fully equipped.
Okay.
I would call on the chief if you wanted a actual inventory of.
I mean, I don't want to, what I want to know is, right, do we have additional equipment expenses on top of that? Or does that 400,000 include sufficient equipment to use that ambulance the minute that it needs to be used? Thank you. Yeah, you should probably just hang out there.
Welcome back, Chief.
So what the 400,000 that includes is, when you buy an ambulance, the cot does not come with it, so you have to buy a cot on top of that. So that we would get that. We would have includes a suction unit. We currently have we have 4 cardiac 12 lead monitors in the department already. So we currently take those monitors that we have on the fire trucks and put them in the 3 ambulances. And then the overall budget is there's $30,000 in there for supplies when we start up. So those supplies will be to stock the ambulance. Okay. So the majority of the big items either we have or we have included in the cost of the ambulance.
Great, thank you. Okay, I have like maybe 3 or 4 questions.
Yeah, can I ask one follow-up that's just related to that? And Patrick, can you just explain, or Chief, I'm not sure who this should go to, where you got the number for the 400,000 and the level of confidence you feel on that being an accurate number for, obviously for this type of ambulance, but more the question is for each of the types of ambulances that was presented tonight, the confidence that the board can sort of rely on that number for both the ambulance and the equipment.
I've spoken to 3 different places that sell ambulances and feel that this is comfortable, you know. I mean, you certainly could spend way more. Same with a fire truck, if you wanted to put all the bells and whistles on it, which of course everybody would want, but there's a point of what is needed and what, and a necessity, or whether it's something that you really want but never would use. This is what we need to operate.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Sorry, Danny, go ahead.
Yeah, that's fine. The other thing I want to kind of point out on this slide is that the total amount is a little over 1.9 million, and we set aside 1.75 million of ARPA funds.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a decision to be made whether, this is even a viable option. Option 1. Thank you, Patrick. So next, my question is on slide 13. The delightful recap. So a couple of things. I guess we're all getting pretty well versed in this, but for the community, can you state what ambulances are currently in use? What kinds of ambulances are currently in use by Golden Cross?
Currently, we have one Type 1 ambulance, which is the truck cab with a box on it, and then we have 2 of the vans.
Okay. And they are meeting the needs that they're supposed to meet?
They meet our needs. Like I said, the truck option has a little more working room in it, but the other two vans are definitely meeting what we.
Okay, great. And then I read an article in Vermont Digger today, which interviewed a number of fire departments that also provide EMS services. And one of the things that I think I read was a sort of 3-year lead time for ambulances, and we are saying 2 years.
It changes every day. It all comes down to lack of certain parts for the truck, so they're sitting there waiting for parts. It certainly, by the time we get around to potentially purchasing some, it certainly could be that long.
Yeah. Okay. And we did, and we sort of prepared for that eventuality by, finding some lease options, and I believe that lease option is through Golden Cross, and we're
That's
sort of
correct.
getting in the UK we would say a mate's rate, which is like the price you give your friend for the lease. So that's what it is. And then the last question I have, Patrick, is on slide 15. So this slide lays out like the pros and cons of using a bond to pay for this stuff. And I want to make sure I kind of understand things correctly. So, we have RTM in March, but it is technically possible to have a special RTM at another time of year, right?
Yeah,
Right.
that's true.
And so were the board to be inclined to go down the bonding route, you could potentially have a timeline that's different than the one you lay out in that first paragraph there.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Okay, so that's like the timeline
That
issue.
would address the timeline.
Yeah, and then the second paragraph is really talking about the interest potential, a projection of what that kind of interest would look like. And I just want to make sure I understand that. So 175,000 over 10 years is 1.75 million plus $445,000 in interest.
I wouldn't calculate it that way.
Yeah, I'm just, so help me understand it then.
Sure. So I ran this through a simple, loan spreadsheet sort of a thing. If you were to borrow this, just if it wasn't clear, this was based on option 4, at 1.3 million. Okay, for 10 years at I believe about 5.5%. Obviously, some of those variables, including the amount to be borrowed, the number of years, and the interest rate could vary. But if that was the case, there'd be annual payments of 175, and that would include a total of $445,000 in interest.
And the $445,000 is over 10 years.
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
That's the cumulative
interest. Yep. So it's just like, when somebody, you stand up and say, well, we've got a X number of dollar project, and if we were to finance it, it becomes more expensive.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
All right, great. That's all I have.
Great, thank you, Daniel. Other board members, questions, comments? Franz?
Well, this is ancillary, but if we decided to have a municipal EMS system, and if we went ahead and said we want to buy the ambulances, and if we went ahead and used the ARPA money to do that, then it would be possible for representative town meeting to decide, well, we really wanted that ARPA funding available for other stuff, so we're going to vote to bond enough to restore the ARPA funds to the original, and at that point, if town meeting wanted to, they could choose the bond option retrospectively, if they disagreed with the use of ARPA funds for this purpose. Just as one slight wrinkle, that's all.
I have a procedural question about that. So so we make the warning for RTM, right? So that would need to be you would need to know that RTM intended to do that.
Or wanted the opportunity to do it.
Yeah.
Or petition for the opportunity.
Yeah, it would have to happen before the warning of the agenda item, of the RTM agenda.
Yeah, don't want to make a big deal out of it.
No, I just want to.
You don't want to make a big deal out of something that would actually be a big deal.
Other questions, Franz?
None.
No. So we'll go to the public, just for my own sort of thought process on this. So the question of options and consideration of different ambulances and the impact to either a bond or the ARPA funds, those are all sort of things that we're going to need to consider and make a determination on. Should we even choose to go the municipal path in September? Is that correct in the timeline?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I think keeping this in mind now and sort of knowing the options is very helpful. I think one question I'd like to maybe know would be to get some information from other communities of a similar size as us that have a dedicated service, what their ambulance ratio is, the makeup of the ambulances, the types of ambulances. Does that make sense?
Sure.
So I think if that could be something that we could get as we continue to move down this path and consider this option. Daniel's giving me.
I'm not sure it makes total sense to me.
So I just want to know a community of 12,500 people who have a dedicated ambulance service. It doesn't need to be private. It could be private. It could be municipal. I want to know how many of them are type 1 ambulances, how many of them are type 3 ambulances, how many of them are type 2 ambulances. I would just
Is this on Earth 1 or? It just seems too contrived for me.
Really? Okay.
I'd push back. I don't think it's terrible information to have. I mean, just for comparison's sake, if we find that another town of 12,500 needs all Class 1 ambulances for X reasons, that should weigh into how we make our decision. Should we go that?
You know how many other Vermont towns have 12,500 people in?
That's what prompted.
Well, it doesn't necessarily need to be Vermont.
There's a few.
There are a few though.
Yeah.
But
It's not.
But it could
not
also
a ridiculous
be
question.
I know, we're just giving you a hard time.
It could be any town.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be
I
a
guess
Vermont town.
the point here from my side is just that we can continue to ask and get more information on each part of this track in the consideration, and we can get more from other communities if we need it, or have additional research be done as we continue to. I just this isn't the only time we can touch this element of the municipal EMS track as
this thing boils down
Yes.
to this body making a decision, people giving us information. I think all those questions that will come up in the last minute, have we ever
Yeah.
done a comparison to another town, will be something that comes up, and I think we need to have an answer to that question.
Someone had their hand up.
I did.
Yes.
I want to address the use of the term dedicated, which when we talk about a dedicated service, we're not saying that the EMTs really care about the people in town. And I'm not sure where this term, where the usage of dedicated came from, but the way we're using it is to say it's an ambulance service that functions both as a first response and ambulance transport service. So that's what that means is there's not, like the fire department providing first responders and then a rescue or a Golden Cross ambulance showing up. It's that one entity performs both of those functions. I don't know why that's called dedicated, but I just want people to realize that that's the meaning that we've got for that word.
And I appreciate the
Thank you, Franz.
clarification on that, Franz. And the reason I'm asking for a dedicated population of our size, a dedicated EMS system, is because a regional system will have a lot more ambulances probably. So it's not going to be quite the same, because what we're considering for the fire EMS system would be a dedicated system. And that's why I think that data for a dedicated system for a town our size, the types of ambulances they use would be helpful.
And just to clarify even further, what we currently have today is 3 ambulances that are dedicated to the town of Brattleboro. What we previously had was a system that covered Brattleboro's ambulance calls, but also received first response from the fire department and was part of a regional system.
Other questions or comments from the board before we turn it over to the public?
Well, just that, there's a slight difference in the use of the term dedicated now, because what you're saying is that the ambulances are dedicated to one town. But that's not the meaning of dedicated when you're saying it comprises both first response and ambulance transport. Because you could have a system that has 3 dedicated ambulances to one town, but where the fire department shows up to be first responders. So our current hybrid system is not a dedicated system, even though those 3 ambulances are dedicated to Brattleboro.
Interesting.
So I actually think then we are conflating the term.
I agree. And
Yeah.
I'm just trying to point out that when people hear the term, they should try to figure out how it's being used in that specific context.
So should we be using a different term for one of the two of these?
Maybe, but let's not decide that right now.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I guess if anybody's still confused, they should like ask a question about it because
Yeah.
confusion is not so great.
All right. Any other? And we'll go first to, I'm going to go Zoom first because I think it was Judy first.
Question from Bob.
Okay.
Oh, beautiful.
Great. Let's go Judy first.
Judy first.
Okay. So can you hear me?
Judy?
All righty, hi.
Oh, it is.
There is a problem.
Hold
Can
on.
you
So
hear me?
it looks like it's on our side and it's
Yeah.
BCTV is looking to figure it out, Judy. So I'm just going to pause you for a minute.
Yeah.
Judy knows to speak. She can't.
Judy, can you just try speaking one more time?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's super.
Very faint.
Yeah, and I'm turned up and I could actually hear Bob Ogier too.
Okay. So it sounds like someone's coming to help for BCTV for people on Zoom. So we're just going to hear from someone in the room first.
Or we could talk to Dora.
It just says someone in the room first. So,
Dora would be in the room.
yes, so Dora's in the room. So let's, I
Something from Bob.
understand. Yep.
So this is from Bob Ogier, Brattleboro. Of course, Bob has a lot of questions, but the newest one is Ian's point about speaking to other towns, and Bob wanted to know if you would consider speaking to some of the towns that were mentioned in the Vermont Digger article, since a lot of them are similarly sized towns. I think it was Barry, South Burlington, I can't remember what else, but
Okay, thank you, Dora.
Lenny has a
and
comment.
Lenny, Chief Howard, sorry.
Just so the public knows, I've interacted with all those departments that were in that article many of times and gotten a lot of my information from those departments. So and I'm happy to continue doing that. Whatever the public wants me to ask them, I'll ask them, but I've talked to all those fire chiefs.
Yeah. And I think continuing to utilize, relationships with them and discussing this and getting as much information as we can from those communities. And then hopefully it can come back to us in backup material when we're considering these items for the select board prior to September would be really helpful. Okay, I don't think we fixed BCTV on this yet, so we're going to go to Dick next in the room.
Thank you, Dick DeGray. First of all, interesting listening about the bond vote. If you went to special town meeting or town meeting, if it got voted down, would you take that as a rebuke of not wanting to do the system and then have to revisit and say, they voted this down? Something to think about. The question I was going to ask earlier is the upfront $250,000. Given what I have been following and talking about, when you look at invoices billed out and revenue coming in, do you believe the $250,000 is an adequate number based upon what I've been seeing? I don't believe that it is, because you're 9 months in and you only have $500,000 of revenue. Now, I certainly heard what the chief said. He's got more information than I do, talking with Golden Cross, but I have a concern about that. You can talk about that. And then when I saw the billing software for $30,000, are you considering us doing the billing? And if the answer is yes, wouldn't that most likely require an additional staff person, which I don't see anywhere in here? given the amount of calls that are getting billed out, I don't think that the finance department staff is, there's enough people in there to pick this up. Was always a concern I had about us billing for the 1% rooms and meals tax, is that our finance department wasn't big enough to do that, which actually, if we did do it, would bring in probably another $300,000-$400,000 that we pay the state to do that. So those two questions I'm concerned about, if the 250 is enough, and would we be paying any of this money back that we're taking to ARPA? Like, if we did find that this was a cash cow, which I doubt, but as I said at the break, I'm not looking for this to be a profit. I don't think it's going to be a profit. My concern is that we don't run it as a loss leader.
Yeah.
And I hope all of you would keep that in mind. So if we're breaking even, good. But again, given what I said about the money that's come in already with the other report, I don't think 250 is enough.
Great. Thank you, Dick. So can we tackle those one at a time? Patrick, do you want to speak first to, or Chief Howard, how you calculated the $250,000 as the quarterly revenue to sort of help to address the delay in revenue coming in from billing, and whether that you think that's sufficient given the numbers that we have from Golden Cross?
I think it is sufficient. That's a high-end estimate on what a quarter's worth of revenue would be based on the revenue projections we reviewed a couple of weeks back. That was a annualized revenue of, I think, about 977-ish, rounding up to $1 million. One quarter's worth would be 250. And if you take a look at the month-by-month revenue that Golden Cross has received, there wasn't much in July, there wasn't much in August, there wasn't all that much in September, but by October, they started to get regular and reliable revenue. So we think it's a reasonable number, and we think it prepares the town to have, should you go this route, a good, solid, successful year.
Great. Thank you, Patrick. And then for the billing, so the software, do we anticipate needing a staff member for doing the billing?
So the billing software is included on the assumption that we conduct billing in-house. Certainly, that isn't a decision that needs to be made today. It does need to be made eventually. There are services out there that you can contract with. We think this is something that can be done in-house. Certainly, AP Triton encouraged us to consider doing it in-house because, as it was described, this is well within your wheelhouse and something, well within your capabilities. The board will remember that there's been a little bit of transition in the finance department and some offloading of responsibilities that have been taken up within the HR department, and there's been some shifting. All of that, I think, leads us to be hopeful that this activity can be taken on by the finance department within the existing FTE schedule that the finance department currently has. There'll be some changes in staffing in the not too distant future. There's going to be some retirements, and we think, as we reposition that department for the future, this could be taken on within the existing FTE.
And that change in the department has nothing to do with EMS or?
True.
Yeah.
Well, and if I could just add, it also has nothing to do with startup costs because we wouldn't be billing until fiscal 25. So that would be, obviously, it would be an operating cost, not a startup expense. So it wouldn't really be relevant here.
Okay. And we're going to be considering operational costs. It's going to be another presentation.
Yep.
I think we have a whole calendar of when things are being
a month from now.
In a month, I think, or so. And then, I think the last question that you kind of threw in at the end, Dick, about if it was a cash cow, would we pay back ARPA? I don't really know who that would go to.
I could take a stab at it.
Yeah.
There isn't anyone in town of Brattleboro who sees this as a cash cow. I just want to make that really, really clear. This is not, first of all, we don't make a profit, but EMS services are expensive. We certainly all read about that today, and it's nothing that's unfamiliar to the chief or the board or the town manager. So cash cow, this isn't a cash cow. There will be some revenue, but it's not a cash cow.
Daniel?
There was a question that you didn't go back to, and it was a provocative one, and I want to bring it up. And Dick said so in this hypothetical scenario where there's a special town meeting and it's just to consider a bond vote, would you consider a no vote on the bond vote a rebuke of the entire thing? I don't think you can. Unless there was like a majority of that meeting standing up and saying, please understand, my no vote is a rebuke of this entire thing. I don't think you could say that's the case. I think I'm like, fairly okay with if we were to go down this road, I'm not like going to lose my mind over it. And the question of like how to fund the startup expenses, I'm a little on the fence about, quite frankly. Like spending that much ARPA money, I don't love it, but I also don't love some of the consequences of going down the bond road. So I could imagine a theoretical scenario where I vote against the bond because I want to do it with ARPA. It's not a rebuke of the whole thing for this one person.
Okay, how are we doing BCTV on the?
Try Zoom real quick.
Okay, let's do. Let's hear from. Well, Judy had her hand up first. Yeah. If her hand is still up.
It is. No, her hand is down.
Okay, Bob, let's hear from you. We just had one of your questions asked, but given your difficulty before.
You speaking up?
Not yet, I don't think.
That's frustrating. Let's just double check because maybe it was him. David, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I guess. Yes. Okay, thank you. Great.
Okay. Well, sorry, I had a walk with Bob earlier today, and he's always full of good insights. And so I hope you'll be able to get to hear him. I have a question and then an observation based on that question. Wondering actually for a while, by the way, District 3, David Levenbach, what is the expected lifespan for an ambulance?
Okay.
And then the observation, if you want, since Mr. Goodnow likes them all bundled together, whatever the lifespan, you're going to have to rework the capital replacement plan, the 25-year capital replacement plan. And the awkward thing is, since you are starting up with 3 vehicles, it's going to make that plan very lumpy. And the idea of that plan was to have very sort of relatively smooth trajectory of capital expenses. And I'm done, and I hope you'll get Bob up later. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Patrick.
Sure. Couple of things I'd like to point out to that. David raises a reasonable point, and certainly a reasonable, I'll just leave it at point, that the intention behind the 25-year capital replacement program was to keep it sort of slow and steady and not have giant swings and spikes in terms of expenditures. One of the ways in which we have addressed that, particularly for fire department vehicles, was to establish a fire truck replacement fund. And given the fact that we would be bringing on 3 vehicles pretty much at the same time, I think, and even within that department, one of the ways in which we could address that, which would enable us to maintain a slow and steady progression of capital expenses over time, would be to include the new ambulances in the fire truck replacement fund. And so we would set aside a little bit each year to prepare for that. Our current thinking in terms of capital equipment replacement, we've looked at a bunch of different varieties. At the moment, we're looking at 2 ambulances on a 7-year rotation and 1 on a 10. But that sort of remains to be determined by choice of the board.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Daniel?
Yeah, I mean, just to point out that, like, we don't use 3 ambulances equally, right? Like, one of those ambulances has gone out, like, well, a third ambulance is deployed, like, what, 2% of the time? Right. You know, and the second ambulance is deployed 20%. So there's an opportunity to kind of rotate vehicles and, like, I don't know, maybe save some miles on some.
If you ended up going down this road and go fire-based EMS, I would recommend that the third ambulance not be a brand-new ambulance, just for that reason. Why are we going to spend potentially $400,000 on a brand-new ambulance that's going to go out 2% of the time during the year? And I don't want to prolong the conversation more, but there's different options as well when we ever do get to the point where we decide that's the road we want to go down. As far as there's refurbished ambulances, which means the cab and chassis, the motor, the truck part's new, but the box part is a refurbished body that goes on a brand new chassis of a truck. So the drivetrain and everything's new. There's those options, but we just didn't want to put that all in the mix right now just to make it more confusing for everybody, but there's more options out there, is what I want to let you know.
Thank you, Chief. Bob, and then I've got Kate, and any other hands in the room? Okay, Dora. Great. I think I've got.
Come on, Bob, you can do it.
We're going to try.
Yes, we got it.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
This is Bob Ozer from Brattleboro. I'm on voice.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Okay. So as David said earlier, I have a lot of questions, but I'm going to limit myself to one, and actually a suggestion. If you haven't already done so, go to the Vermont League of Cities and Towns website and look at their ARPA page. You could probably Google that pretty easily. And there are a number of questions that are posed. And I would suggest that we kind of go through those questions, not now, but go through them methodically at some point with respect to use of ARPA funds. And are we creating future budget deficits? You know, are we leveraging available federal funding sources? Because one of the good things about ARPA is that you can use that for leveraging. Are we coordinating with other state and local programs, with other community partners? You know, are we reinventing the wheel? I think we should ask those questions before we commit to the ARPA funding for this project. So I'll leave that out for you. Google the ARPA page at the Vermont League of Cities and Towns. And thank you for taking my comment, and I'll say goodbye.
Great. Thank you very much, Bob. And I apologize for the technical difficulty on our end that was preventing your participation earlier. I'm glad that we figured it out. Kate, you had her hand up next.
Kate O'Connor, Brattleboro. I just have one comment and then 2 really easy clarifying questions. I really appreciate when the chief and Patrick and others are saying they're talking to other towns about their EMS programs. And I know I bring this up every time about actually getting real towns to come in here. If that is not going to happen, I'm wondering if maybe at one of these meetings, the chief and whoever else can really talk about beyond facts and figures and the conversations that the town staff is having with other departments and really talk about the successes and the challenges other towns are having. Right now, we're learning all of that through media reports, which are not public, they're not in the minutes of this meeting. So I just think it would be really helpful to the public to hear from the chief or whoever, the conversations they are having with the EMS providers in other towns that goes beyond facts and figures and really the challenges and successes that they're having. I think we need to know that, and I like your question, Ian, about the ambulances. I mean, but the bigger question is, what's the real life experience of running an EMS system if you're a town? So that's my suggestion. If we're not going to have those actual people get here, maybe the chief or whoever else can say what they're hearing. That's my suggestion. Now, just a clarifying, I just want to clarify if the getting ready, whatever we're calling this, is it between November 2023 startup, November 2023 and June 30th, 2024? And I want to clarify, the chief talked about $30,000 in supplies, and I'm wondering if that figure is in the documents that we have tonight, and if I understand it right, we have to have or add the cost for 3 cots, if I understand it right. So I just want to clarify that.
Yeah, the first one, November 23 to June 24 is correct, right? That's the time.
If the board makes a decision in September and we have the financial resources to move ahead based on a decision of the board, yes, we would move forward on that timeline.
And then, so trying to understand your question fully here, Kate. So are the $30,000 of expenses considered in the presentation? If we go to slide.
The chief referenced $30,000 for the supplies that went beyond what's in the ambulance, because if I understood that was clarified.
Oh, I understand. So, was that part of the?
Currently, we have money in the FY 2025 budget, and I believe it's $20,000 for the EMS supply line item. We are proposing another $10,000 just for the startup costs to give us supplies and stuff, and that's for supplies over a year's period. Right now, we have supplies in our stockroom that we could put in the ambulance, so we would put those in the ambulances and then obviously resupply our stockroom.
John,
Short answer, we're considering an operating cost.
Right.
Okay. Is that what it? Yeah. Okay. So that will be reflected in the next presentation on operating costs. And then COTS, I think the answer is the ambulance price that we're considering for each of the types would include the COT. Is that accurate?
That's what I'm told, yes.
Okay. So just to be very clear, the number that we're looking at for each of the types of ambulances, the type 1s or the type 3s, that is capturing basically everything that you need according to the presentation that we've had, the select board's considering. That includes all the stuff in the ambulance that you need, which would include the COT. Daniel.
Just to get really detailed about it.
No, please.
What kind of cot?
Well, there's 3 different types of cots. There's a manual cot, which is you literally do everything manually. You actually physically lift the cot up, pull the lever to raise the wheels up on it, and then push it into the ambulance. Then they have a power cot that lifts up the wheels for you, and the staff just lifts up the cot and put it in. And then they have a power load, which is currently what we all have on the 3 ambulances we currently use, which is the wheels come up, operated off a battery, and then it's on a slide that you literally can push the patient, doesn't matter how big they are, with one finger into the ambulance. And that's the type of cot that we are encouraging, if we go down that road, to purchase.
So does the numbers for the type 1 and the type 3 consider the power loader cot as the expense that's captured in the full number? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then I saw Dora, and I don't have any other hands, so last one. And we'll take final questions or comments from the board, and then we'll move on.
Dora Bubelis, Brattleboro. So you as a select board, and not just this select board, but previous select board, identified as one of your goals and priorities addressing housing, homelessness, affordability in the community. And so the question is, how is this affecting the tax rate because whether you use ARPA funds, and I'm totally not in favor of using ARPA funds for this. I don't think it's appropriate, but that's a whole nother discussion. Even with the ARPA funds, you're talking about a fairly significant increase in the taxes over perpetuity. So the question is, what effect does that have on affordability of housing, property taxes? Landlords are going to pass, in market rate housing, landlords are going to pass the extra expense, regardless of what it is, onto their tenants. So then you have the issue of seniors, which we have a large population. The goal of the state to have people age in place, and if they can't afford to stay in their houses anymore, then they can't age in place. And we don't have another alternative for people to live in at the moment in Vermont. It's one of the issues. So, and then of course the increase in homelessness if people can't afford to live in their houses and they can't afford rents. And the increase need for social services, which are already maxed out, which has been identified as an issue for a while. So I just want to suggest that these are all things that need to be taken into consideration when you're thinking about this and the affordability and whether or not the town can afford it.
Thank you very much, Dora. You're totally right. This is something the board absolutely needs to consider when we're thinking about the September. No, let me finish. The one thing I would correct is just we're not quite there on the present, like on all of the data to be able to make that determination. So we've looked at revenue, potential revenue. We've looked at startup expenses. One proposal to pay for the startup expenses would have no impact to the taxpayer using ARPA funds, but we have not looked at operating costs. And I think one of the things that we're going to need to consider is the contrast between the potential proposed revenue and the potential operating costs and what that impact would have on the general fund and on the taxpayer. That's a critical element to that consideration. We haven't gotten even that far in this process to begin that discussion because we haven't had a discussion or a presentation from town staff on what the proposed yearly operational costs are. So when you say it's going to have a tax impact, we actually don't know that yet. We have not looked at that number. So we need to, that's where we're halfway through the process. And so we need to continue there. But I completely agree with you that is 100% one of the considerations, a very important consideration as to whether we were to go down the municipal EMS track or third party. You had your hand up.
No, I agree with everything you said.
Great. So with that, I don't see any other hands in the room. So board, final questions or comments on this presentation as one element of the municipal EMS track? Franz.
Very productive time. We've heard some of this before, and hearing it again is really useful. And I think it was an excellent presentation by Patrick and really good support from the fire department, chief, and town staff in general. So very useful way to spend our time.
Thank you for that, Franz. I have one question for John.
Yes. Could
you give us a little preview what the next thing the public and the board are going to see in the calendar for the multi-track?
Yes, the plan is at your July 25th meeting to address, well, again, we'll touch on public engagement and hoping that that's continuing as well as we're kind of hearing. On the contracted track, the contracted EMS track, we will be looking at results from the request for information and a proposed draft request for proposal. So how did we take the information in the RFI and translate that into a draft RFP, and what do people suggest to us to make any adjustments to that? On this track, the fully municipal EMS approach, we will be looking at staffing models. And so how would we want to staff it'll be starting to get at the operating cost from the biggest expense, which will be personnel. So, did I get that right, Patrick, for the municipal EMS side?
Yes, sir.
Yep. And that's all in the calendar.
Yes, it's all in the project plan that's on the website, the project website for this fire EMS.
Thank you very much, John. I know that's not quite on topic, so I apologize for that.
Are you going to love this then?
Oh,
so,
good.
Just to double check, we're not meeting July 4th, right? That is the first Tuesday in July, but we're not meeting then. We are meeting July 11th
Yes.
instead of that. And then we are or are not meeting on the 18th.
No, the 25th.
So the meeting on the 18th is going to take place on the 25th.
Yeah, we're just sort of.
Okay. Better update my calendar.
And I think with that, we're going to move on to the next agenda item, which is, thank you very much, Chief.
Thanks,
and
Chief.
Thank you very much, Patrick. So we're going to move on to agenda item 8J, which is the financial software. So I'm going to invite our finance director, Kim Frost, back to the table.
The table.
The table.
Let's see.
Hi again. So, thanks for having me back.
Welcome back.
Just to give you a little bit of background and to, talk a little bit about why we're here. After we did an action review of the FY24 budget process, we acknowledged that the town's need for an updated financial software package was glaring. And RTM, when the finance department for RTM, when they came back with their recommendations, one of their top recommendations was to look at financial softwares to update what we have. So the staff took that project on in looking at other financial software to see what was out there and where we could benefit. And that actually grew, right? From like just a regular finance software to where other departments in the town can really benefit. And it's all connected instead of it just being like a financial software package. I called lots of towns in Vermont to see who uses what and how they like it. We did a lot of demos and we landed on one software package that we do feel will meet most of our needs in the town. It will touch almost every department and it will make transparency better. It will make, the community engagement is huge. And I'd like to be able to call up Eric, who's here from OpenGov, which is the software that we have landed on. And he's going to give a small little presentation so everybody can see, like, just for example, the budget. When we do the budget, which right now we do the budget in Excel, and there's really no community engagement with that. As far as being able to like drill into expenses and being able to go online and actually go into the budget and see pie charts and do it visually by the way that each individual person would like to see it, and be able to drill into the expenses, into the revenues, where these numbers are coming from. It's a really excellent way to engage the community into the process and into other processes. And I will call Eric up and have him talk about this. Eric, come on up.
Welcome, Eric.
Thank you, Peter, or?
You can come over here.
We try to let our guests sit down.
Very nice of you, thank you. Good evening, members of the Brattleboro Select Board. First of all, on behalf of OpenGov, I want to say, thank you for opening your doors to us and allowing us to be here this evening. I know that there's a lot of important business that took place and is going to follow along through as well. So on behalf of OpenGov, thank you.
I'm joined by a few colleagues. One is Scott Coble, who's our Director of Solution Engineering, along with Jim Lee. Both have been involved in the town's evaluation to date as well. Jim is our Vice President of Solution Engineering. My name is Eric Fahrenkopf, and I am fortunate to be the Director of our Northeast Sales Organization and have 8 individuals that report up to me, one of which is Graham Russell, who's been involved in the evaluation as well. He couldn't make it today, so I wanted to at least be here to support the conversation. Scott, if you wouldn't mind, would you mind sharing your screen just from a presentation standpoint? Beautiful. So what we were hoping to do is just provide the select board with a brief overview of who OpenGov is, who we work with across the region to date, a high-level overview of the modules that are currently in our proposal for the town. And then Scott will actually take about 5 minutes to walk everyone through a very high-level demonstration of the solution as well. So with that, Scott, if you wouldn't mind just moving over to the next slide. When we look at OpenGov as an organization, we started 12 years ago. And when we actually started, and John had the chance to speak with our CEO and co-founder, Zach Bookman, the other day, Zach and 3 other founders actually looked at the market and were working with the city of Palo Alto at the time, and came to the notion that software for government truly wasn't meeting the mark. And still to this day, there's actually only a few companies out there that truly only build purpose-built software specific to government. And so OpenGov was founded on this premise that, we want to power more effective and accountable government. And we live it, we breathe it. If you talk to OpenGov employees, Scott's a former government employee himself, our whole mission is to help you all provide the best services in the most efficient way to your community. The way that we do that is through no-code, easy-to-use software that's not only purpose-built for government, but purpose-built for each department within government. There's a lot of organizations that will take a very vanilla approach and try to build software and then configure it for many different aspects. We want to build software specific to how finance runs their operation, planning and zoning runs their operation, DPW runs their operation, so that when they go to use the software, it's there for them as an aid, and it's not there to hinder their ability to provide services. A few things that just to call out that kind of set us apart from a few of our other competitors in the market. One is just our government expertise. So we're really proud of the fact that even though we are a younger organization in the software world, we do have over 500 years of government experience across our entire organization that comes from our CEO all the way down to our support team. So what's really unique about the way that we've built the organization is even the individuals that, Kim and the rest of the team here, if they need to use us for support, they'll actually be speaking with individuals that were formerly in their seats. And so not only are they going to know finance, specifically government finance, accrual accounting, but they're also going to know how the software works in great detail as well. And we found that providing really good customer support is one of the things that sets us apart. The second is just our customer focus. Throughout the evaluation, not only did we have Scott and Jim and a few others, but we also had the head of our entire financial solution engage as well. And ultimately, our product is driven by customer feedback. So the town of Brattleboro staff, in addition to all of our other customers, actually directly influence the future roadmap of the product. And then lastly is just our cloud innovation. So the days of buying on-premise software and having to spend hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars 10 years later to upgrade that software are ultimately gone, and being able to have rapid innovation that's continuously delivered over time. So that way the software is always up to date, continuously getting better, is ultimately the way that we deliver our software. So Scott, if you wouldn't mind just going to the 2 slides ahead. We'll just jump one more ahead. Ultimately, this is just a very high-level overview of what we call the OpenGov Cloud. Everything that you see in orange is what's in scope for the current proposal. So you'll see a very dynamic budgeting and planning solution that will enable the town to be able to not only build out a robust operating budget, long-term capital plan, including the 25-year plan that you all were discussing this evening, in addition to an online budget book. Probably the most impactful piece of this will be the workforce planning. And that's the ability to actually run multiple different scenarios based on not only departments, but collective bargaining units, but by grade and step, and actually start to develop not just a single year plan, but also a 5-year plan in terms of what the total town's personnel cost, including fringe benefits, will look like over the next 5 years. So as you look to budget out, I think it was about 65% of your overall general fund, you'll be able to model that out over the next 5 years in very, very specific detail. The second piece, and this is really the kind of the core of it, right? That's the financial system, right? So that's your general ledger, your accounts payable, cash receipts, fixed assets, and your utility billing. And then the third piece is asset and work management. And this is the ability to actually take in requests and then be able to go out and execute those requests via work orders. And then actually tag not only the assets that were used, but also any vehicle that were used in that work order, and then materials that were used as well. So now you'll be able to actually understand the total cost of what it takes to go out and fill a pothole, including staff time and utilization as well. And that comes with full FEMA reporting. The two components that are in white, specifically the permitting and licensing, that's something that we discussed as a potential phase 2 and would fit in very seamlessly with the rest of the solution that we've provided to the town as well. And then Scott, if you wouldn't mind, I'll just wrap with one more slide and then hand it over to you. This is just a very high snapshot of some of the communities that we work with across New England. We're fortunate that we do partner with about 250 plus communities across the New England region today, City of Burlington being one of those in Vermont, City of Lebanon, New Hampshire, Portsmouth, New Hampshire, Nashua, Keene, many more across the rest of the Northeast as well, in addition to just some of the ROI statistics that communities see as well. So with that, Scott, I'll turn it over to you if you want to just show a few components of the overall software.
Perfect. And Eric, can you hear me? I know there were some audio issues at the beginning.
We can, yes.
Great. So I know I'm not going to be able to show everything in 5 minutes here, but at a high level, what we'll look at first is budget and actually how you can present your budget. We'll walk and show you just a brief snapshot of how you can actually use this for permitting and licensing and reaching out to your community. Then we'll focus in on utility billing. So how all the residents can pay their bills online, check the status. And then we'll kind of finish up with the asset management solution. So processing work requests, even projecting out scenarios on how you can manage your assets and impact the budget. A couple things to note, we mocked up what an online budget book could look like for Brattleboro. And I think one of our biggest things that we see across governments, big and small, is the ability to present this in a more interactive. Did I miss something?
I just don't love the town manager's picture. Keep going.
Okay. I found that today. Main point and takeaway for this, though, is we can build this any way you want. So Eric knows we work with a lot of governments that want to get started. So we'll actually show them templates that we can build from. Other governments have very specific requirements. And so we'll actually tailor this to exactly what they want to do in their budget books. The charts and graphs are drillable. The other advantage is you can have maps in here, very effective on long-term capital improvement planning. And then I think we mentioned, or Kim mentioned it earlier, the other thing we see quite a bit with residents, actually in the Northeast specifically, is just getting feedback from your residents. So this was a more popular mechanism we had. We called it our budget challenge, where a resident could go in and really describe how they're going to distribute, in this case, $100 of city funds. Our biggest example for this is actually the entire state of West Virginia. They had a $1 billion surplus this year, and the governor put something similar out where they're going to use those dollars. Listening to the conversation earlier, and I want to make a point here on just the publications, we can absolutely do the PDF. So when you're creating the digital one, you create a printable one that you can print out as well. The digital one has a lot of advantages, mobile friendly. You can translate it instantly into like 100 different languages. And the other one is what we call American Disability Act compliance. So making sure anybody that has a disability can leverage this. As I was leading into, we were listening to the conversation earlier. your publications don't have to just end with the budget book. We have governments that do entire strategic plans, pages dedicated to various departments with data that can be obviously financial related, but we have a lot of opportunity here to go to non-financial data as well. So if you want to share it with the public, anything you're doing in terms of performance, we can do that. So that's kind of the public-facing view of a publication. As Eric had noted, we work with a lot of cities and towns and counties within New England itself that do entire permitting and licensing and code enforcement with us. This one's from Burlington. The main takeaway for the group here is a resident can log in, they can do a quick search on the type of permit they want to do. They can fill out a questionnaire that will actually guide them to what they need to apply for. And then ultimately they can submit a form online with any data that you need to collect, including any payments. So online payments, huge advantage. Obviously during COVID, when a lot of government offices were shut down, this was a key point. And then ultimately, internally, your team will be able to process anything that was submitted from the public. You'll be able to run it through any type of workflow, issue any documents out, complete inspections, and then collect those payments. I think that was obviously a big key. Again, going back to COVID, we saw a lot of governments actually increase revenues from that type of stream. So that's kind of the permitting end of things in a nutshell. I think the other thing we talk about with the residents in your community is the ability to submit online payments for utility billing. So with OpenGov, there's obviously a lot in that financials package. This is just one small component of it, but they'll be able to make their payments online, check history, look at consumption, all the things that a lot of governments offer to their citizens, and this will be part of the package for you as well. Moving into asset management, let's see, I have to get this out of the way. With asset management, obviously there's a lot that goes into this as well. So you can have reports that kind of show where activity is going, how many dollars you're allocating towards each asset. You can process requests. So I think sidewalks is one of the areas you would be able to do this for. Look at it on a map where your requests are coming in, assign work to those assets, manage the assets in terms of condition. So if we just look at sidewalks, some sidewalks are more important than others, right? Sidewalks that are in front of a hospital or a school might have a higher rating and need more maintenance than sidewalks in other areas. So we can manage all that. And I think one of the hidden takeaways from this, we talk about we have an internal theme called wrench to wallet, is that the team that's managing all the assets can also then help influence the budget process. So they can run different scenarios over a multi-year period, like Eric was saying, to let you know when you need to replace pavement. What are your options if you go with a base number or you add an additional $3 million, and how is that investment going to play out over the next 5 to 10 years? So that's kind of high-level asset management. As Kim mentioned, then putting together the budget is one of our bread and butter. And so that's my background as a former budget manager for a county down here in the DC area. And obviously you can visualize everything in any type of form, pie charts, bar graphs, and tables, but this will allow the Brattleboro to get through your entire budget process. So everything that starts out when the departments put in their requests to when there's a recommended budget, and then when the select board obviously approves or adopts the budget, we can get you through all those different scenarios. And then you can actually plan out other side scenarios. So let's say you have a really good year on revenues and Kim wants to plan out where those will be distributed. We can do that as well. I think another takeaway is the personnel component. And Eric hit the nail on the head. This is where we actually find a lot of dollars that governments are over budgeting to the tune of 1%. We have it on our website. Every government over budgets and personnel costs in some form. The most common thing I see in that area is healthcare. It's really hard for governments to align healthcare premiums with their fiscal year, so they usually guess at a round number. Just a rough example here, Minneapolis found about $7 million. Now, obviously, that's a bigger government, but $7 million last year, they're over budgeting just in healthcare. So that's a quick snapshot of what budgeting looks like. Obviously, then you can have dashboards for everyone in the room that look at both financial health and non-financial health, so that what's going on from a budget to actual perspective, as Kim mentioned, and then as you would grow with us, you can have the full control on layering in other types of data. So it can be data from the state, specific department level data, and you can set targets and trends just to view that data. And then I'll just finish up here with one note, Eric. I know we only had 5 minutes today. The main takeaway on all of everything I've shown you is ease of use. So it's all point and click, drag and drop. There's no coding in our software. We can give you templates and dashboards and reports out of the box, and we'll also train you how to use them and create new ones on your own. You can also, especially for everyone in the room today, use the tool in the departments. You can use it for the select board. You can use this tool here, where I must have the funny picture here of the town manager, but you can use this for anything that you guys want to, internal reporting, decision packages, any type of communication. So Eric, I know that was quick, and Kim, is there anything else you want me to highlight? I didn't know if you want me to kill them with a 10,000 employee workforce plan, but all good.
Scott, that was excellent. And again, just on behalf of OpenGov, I want to thank obviously John, yourself, Kim, Patrick, Dan, the rest of the staff for just the past few weeks. And we had the opportunity to be in person about a week and a half ago and spent the whole day with Kim and Dan and their teams, and really just diving in deep into all the requirements and making sure that, we feel confident, they feel confident, being able to deliver successfully here for the town. So with that, Kim, unless there's anything more that you wanted me to say.
No, thank you very much, Eric.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Kim, do you have a little bit more on the decision for tonight with the board?
So I do. I have
Yeah.
just 2 minutes, if you would.
Yeah, please.
Allow me. I just want to call up my colleagues, so Dan and Carol and Lenny and Sue's online, just so you can hear where this is going to affect other departments. I know at the select board retreat, that was something that everybody mentioned, that we all needed, new software to be able to do the kind of stuff that OpenGov is going to allow us to do. So if you just give them each like 30 seconds, I would appreciate it.
Of course.
Sure. Kim brought us into this pretty early on. I guess she thinks we spend a lot of money at DPW, and we were really impressed by the flow of everything. Right now we're using tons of paper and like passing papers around the office to get approvals, and this is just click, click, click right up through. And then we looked at the utility billing, which gives us a lot more options than we have now. As they mentioned, people can pay online. We can reach out to people through the software. We can post notices, areas of disturbance, if we're working on something. But it was the asset management that really kind of got us excited. As you know, we have aging infrastructure all around town, and we have, a lot of good data, but we don't necessarily know how to apply it all and where to apply it. And, it just fills in all the blanks, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
So to take off on what Dan has said, and also pointing out what Kim mentioned in her opening statement, it's not just about the budgeting, but it's also about the asset management. And as Dan just pointed out, I think a great example is how we're starting to move into the generational improvements, and what a great time for this all to be coming together. So we're having real time in the expenses that we have, and we're able to track that from the onset as we move forward in the projects. And also, as Dan mentioned, it's a lot of our facilities, not just our roads and sidewalks, but a lot of our facilities and assets the town have are our aging infrastructure. And as we're starting to replace that, what a better time to be doing this with those real-time expenses moving forward, so we can better track them when it's time for replacement, and we're not making, and we're not shooting from the hip as far as guessing when they should be replaced. We got the tracking message right in front of us.
As you know, the fire department currently is getting a lot of questions about data and about what types of calls we go on. Why do we go to these? It will provide so much. The amount of data that we can put into this program, it's going to give us information back to show you and the public what we are doing, when we're doing it, what it costs. And it's very frustrating to me, and you can ask my administrative assistant, Kristen, to try to look at my budget and the antiquated system that we currently have. It's just time consuming, and it's time that we could be doing on other things, whereas all the information is put into this system. It spits it right out to us however we want it, and it's just going to be a huge win-win for the whole town.
And Sue?
Yeah, so the planning department has been looking at an online permitting software for some time. We've wanted to move forward with something that the rest of the town is working with, so that kind of all the systems can be the same. For us, a lot of it is about providing better customer service. It was difficult when we were during COVID and we were all working from home and we didn't have online permitting. People could scan their PDFs and send it in to us, but the payment had to be separate and, sent by check or dropped off. So it's just really about modernizing our systems. A lot of the permitting software allows people to do their own searches of zoning permits, and we can better keep track of violations. And also we do a lot of work, our work informs some of the other departments. And so having a streamlined workflow would be really helpful. Similarly, in the licensing software, we often spend a lot of time passing licenses and kind of permits around different departments. So to have a streamlined workflow just will save everybody time and be more efficient for people who are getting permits and licenses.
But permits and licensing aren't in this phase, correct?
They're in phase 2.
They're in phase 2.
Anything else on the?
No.
Okay, great.
That's it.
So can we just, Kim, can you just go over the costs though?
Sure.
And then we'll get a motion. Yep.
So I put a little chart in my memo.
Yep.
So the yearly fee for the financials, the budgeting, the utility billing, and the asset management is $79,500. And the one-time setup professional service is $273,160. That's one time. So we kind of thought like we wanted to share a proportion to the utility fund because the utilities is going to use a lot of this also. So we came up with the distribution. The utility fund is 1/3 of the general fund budget. They'll take 1/3 of a piece of the budgeting, the financials, and that. They'll take all of the utility billing because that is their function. And then the asset management, we decided that would go 50-50 because there is a lot of assets that are the town, the general fund, and then there are similar assets in the utility fund. So that gave us this split of the general fund taking 42% of the total cost for the year one and the utility fund taking 58%. So the general fund, the proposal would be the general fund would take the cost of $149,814.94 and the utility fund would take 58% at $202,845.46.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Kim. Thank you very much to all the department heads for that's really helpful information for the select board. And thank you to the folks at OpenGov for the presentation so we can actually see it a little bit. That's very helpful. Board, let's take a motion.
A motion.
Okay, Peter?
All right. I'll motion to authorize the town manager to execute a contract with OpenGov in the amount of $79,500 for the first year license and $273,160 for the one-time professional services necessary to configure and implement modern financial and asset management software.
Thank you very much, Peter. So, board, there's a motion on the table. Questions, comments? I've got a couple, but Daniel.
Do you want to go first?
No, it's as the chair, I really shouldn't. So.
Okay, fine. Well, thank you for the presentation. It was really interesting, and the kind of the ways in which this can increase transparency and openness and engagement are the things that excite me as like a representative of the people, you know, and you guys as staff are more excited about the internal stuff, and that all makes sense. And like, I'm sort of excited for you about the internal stuff as well, because when we come to budget season, it's going to make potentially, if we go down this road, I think it's going to make for more engaging conversations, more dynamic conversations, if we can actually say, hey, what would happen if we did X, and we can actually come up with an answer that is credible. That's gonna be good for us. I have some sort of rain on the parade type questions queued up. So the first one is, wow, this is a lot of money. There are some services we already pay for that presumably we won't need to pay for anymore.
So
can you kind of list those?
So sure, we do pay right now. We pay for our software that we use now for budgeting and finances. That's about $5,000, about $5,000 to $8,000 depending, because it's $5,000 a year, but then we have to pay every time we need something from them.
Mm-hmm.
So I ran the last 3 years, and it's upward between $7,000 to $8,000 a year that we pay for that. Dan uses iWork, and so does Jen in the assessor's office, which she would have been here also. But and between the two of them, that's about $23,000. So yeah, so those are
So it
our.
adds up, yeah.
So those are our costs that we pay right now. Now Sue was gonna go out and buy iWork, a portion for her department also, which was upwards of $15,000, but that was like the one-time fee. I don't know what it was gonna be rolling forward, but, so those are our costs.
Okay, so like something in the ballpark of maybe 4E.
Yeah, about between like 35 and
Right.
40.
Right, and this is double that as a yearly fee, but
Yes.
I personally see the value in.
And we would not have to subscribe to those anymore.
No.
So you'd actually net an impact of yearly impact of
$30,000.
about 30,
Right.
30 something.
Yeah, yeah.
Correct.
And then so the real big question, I think, is the impact on the taxpayer and the ratepayer. Do we have like, this is unbudgeted, right? Can you just kind of walk me through like how this impacts taxpayers and ratepayers potentially further down the road?
My understanding is that it would not, because we would be using the current funding that we have in this fiscal year's budget to do this acquisition. So it would not have an impact on taxpayers or ratepayers.
Mm-hmm. And then future yearly costs are in the kind of 80,000 range, and we just
Correct.
talked a little bit about.
Yep.
Okay.
And
And
we
then
just heard about the utility funds health last time.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about the utility fund again in a few minutes. And then the last question, I guess, is maybe to the presenters about support. I saw like lots of possibilities with it. And maybe when we're learning new software, we don't know all the things it can do, and we don't know what the possibilities are. So how much support is available to the town so that we can maximize the possibilities of this?
So Eric, I'll take it first, and then if you need to fill in the gaps, how about that? Okay. So we will have a support person dedicated to us that will handle our account. And everybody on the team will be available to us when we need it, that came and helped us to help sell us on the software. I also spoke to the city of Burlington today, who has been using it for 2 years now. And the one thing that she wanted me to say out loud was how receptive and how quickly they respond to her issues, if there are, and that the training that they give and their online site training that would fill in the gaps, like if she had questions and she's like, oh, let me see if it's online, that she was able to, that it was really, really well done. And she never felt that she was not taken care of, or even to a point where like her account manager would tell her, give me 2 minutes, I'll get, the IT guy on the phone to talk to you. And then Eric, you could fill in.
So I think, Kim, you did a really nice job covering it. The only thing I would add in addition is the training actually is going to begin during the implementation. So first thing we want to understand is, how does everyone work today, so that we can configure the software to ultimately how your teams are going to use it. Once we go through the training and the town is live using the software, we employ what's called a customer success model. It's pretty common in the software industry. And we provide a dedicated account manager to the town. Their role is actually they're required to actually conduct what's called a business review at least once a quarter. But their role really is to make sure that one, day-to-day support questions are being filtered to our support team. And then two, long-term, anything that the town wants to have included in the software moving forward, we're actually proactively bringing that into our roadmap as well. That is then supplemented, and Kim, what the city of Burlington was referring to as what we call OpenGov University. So that's self-paced online learning, and that's actually continuously updated. So one of the unique things about OpenGov is we're bringing out new enhancements to the software every 3 months. So every 3 months, the software is going to continuously get better. The town doesn't have to install anything, and we want to make sure that each of the employees that are going to be using it know how to use those new features as well. So we continuously update that training environment. And then if you all do need to use support, one of the things that we take a lot of pride in is our support team is staffed by, former government customers of ours. And then in addition, everyone's US based. So US based customer support, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday through Friday. And that's available by phone, web chat, email, and then our online support portal as well.
Great. Thank you. Other board members, Liz?
Let's get back to the taxpayers. Will you confirm what I was hearing in terms of the budgeting process and the efficiency and kind of exactness of the budgeting will really result in better budgeting and ultimately savings of what you're projecting? You're not over-projecting a budget.
Right, so one of the things that OpenGov will do is they will connect with UKG, which is our payroll platform. So they will talk and they will know what our payroll is on a bi-weekly basis. So anytime a change is done, they will know that. That alone will give us better projections, right? I mean, right now, we download payroll at a certain period of time when we start the budget. We don't change that as we go through the budget. So right there is, like he was talking about, either an over budget because you're taking one point in time, and that's not like a great way to do it, right? I mean, but that's the way we do it right now because that's what we have available to us. So, and then I'm sure Scott could talk to more about the projections of the budgeting book, but I mean, you saw the budget book, we could dive into expenses. So those things, anytime that we need to, it will be online. We could double click onto a pie chart and it will take us to that expense and give us that line of expenses. That alone in the pre-budget process, right? If we say, okay, like, let's see what our expense is for here, and there's things in there, and we think, you know what, maybe that shouldn't go there. Maybe we should put it here, or maybe it should go there, or maybe we need to add more. Those will be the conversations that we'll be able to have other than, rows on an Excel spreadsheet that we don't have those conversations. You ask a question, I have to go back, I have to print a report. And then if that report is good enough for me to be able to answer that question, I can do that. Or I have to go pull the paper to see exactly what that was. So all of those steps there will up, and Patrick's got one.
I just want to echo what Kim's been saying, and just would like everybody to know she's been making this plea for a more modern financial software since the first week on the job, and it was very welcome from my perspective. I mean, I've been a user of NIMRIC now for 13 years. It is remarkably old. And I guess I would just suggest that when each of you takes a look at, for example, the warrants, NIMRIC isn't any more functional for us than it is for you. So if we're looking at for example, like a budget versus actual, a budget status report, we've spent $7,000 against a $10,000 line, but for whatever reason, that number doesn't seem right to us. Well, I don't think we've spent $7,000. I thought we only did a little bit. There is literally no way for me in NIMRIC to find out, well, what have we booked against that? It begins a process that ends up going through stacks of paper in the finance department. And that is literally how we manage this organization. And that's, something any modern software platform, and I'm quite confident that OpenGov is capable of this. I look at an expense, I double click on it, it shows me exactly what that's composed of. That functionality is not present in the town of Brattleboro today, and the amount of time that we spend chasing down little questions like, how do we, what have we spent this money on? It's kind of appalling. Secondly, the budgeting process. The budgeting process typically in the last dozen years has arrived to the board late October, early November. It starts in July or in August at the absolute latest, and it has to, because all of the calculations around all of the staffing is basically done by hand. Now, if we've got a modern financial software platform that understands our employee base, what they're currently getting paid, what their step schedules look like, what the cost of living adjustment that the board approved for them was, we start a budget. Oh, hey, look at that. The staffing expense is right there. And it's not just knowledgeable of the fact that you're going to get a step increase at some point in time in this year. It's going to know you're going to get a step increase on your anniversary, which is this pay period in the 26 pay periods that is going to be at play in that particular fiscal year. This is going to be a tremendous time saver and help us to dial in the budgeting much more precisely, and I think in a way that could save the taxpayers some money. Right. Enough. Also.
And even in the health, right? Even the example that he gave about that one city with the health, expense. That is like an ever moving target, right? But to be able to pinpoint that, in October, not in August, and know exactly what everybody, every change has been. Are they single? Are they family? That
Peter?
would be big.
So just a question and sort of a commenty question. The question, I think, and refresh my memory on the setup of this, the initial setup is who's doing all the data input?
So OpenGov will do the data input. They're also gonna do all the, they'll take everything from iWork that Dan has in there and put it into OpenGov. And they will get us up to date on our last year. If there is more that we want to put into OpenGov, we will do that.
Okay, so just the upstart, and that's inclusive. That's
all
inclusive in the fee.
Yes.
And I think if we've all been listening, everybody who's stepped to a microphone to speak about this software has used the word time.
Yeah.
And I don't know, in my world, time has always been equated to money. So I think that this sort of pays for itself. So I don't know if that's true. I heard Lenny say very specifically his time could be better spent doing other things than being frustrated by reports. I've heard Sue say it. I've heard everybody say it. So I think there is I don't know how that metric works out and what that looks like, but it sounds like we could be saving money in that capacity with focusing on other things.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep, Franz?
Well, I'm going to vote in favor of this.
All right, thank you.
And it somehow, though, reminds me of when we used to get pharmaceutical representatives come into the emergency room and tell us about some great new medication or treatment. And the reason I bring that up is because I'm reminded about side effects. And that treatments, no matter how effective they are, there's always necessarily some things that happen that are maybe things that you didn't want so much. I mean, I'm wondering about this. For example, is it just too much information? Is the amount of detail generated going to actually distract from focusing on the bigger questions? You know, and I don't expect you to answer that. It's just what's kind of going through my mind. And that sort of tied in with that is, well, if this is going to save money, and because it's saving staff so much time, are we anticipating that there will be some level of attrition in the staff as a result of it? You know, where's that money savings going to actually come from? Now, maybe it'll open up more possibilities for different revenue streams. I don't know, but the real way that I think this would save money would be if it enables us to do more with fewer people. So just, you know, I'm just thinking, what are the ramifications of all this going to be down the road? And as I say, I think I've heard from staff at this point that you really want this and that it's going to do amazing, great things for the management of town government. And I'm going to vote in favor.
Great. Thank you very much, Franz. So can we implement this for the creation of the FY25 budget?
So we have drilled OpenGov 100%, and they have promised me that they will have it ready for us to implement for FY25.
Yes, we will.
Okay, great. So yeah, moving forward on it now, you know, it's a big investment. Obviously, that is always something that the board should be considering, and the timing. And so I think one of the considerations for tonight is why we should move forward with it now is if we do it now, we can actually implement it in time to use it for FY25. And considering all of the benefits that we're hearing, that's a real consideration. You know, one full fiscal year could have a big impact on the budget, on the taxpayer. I think I'll just very briefly just say, you know, for my time on the select board, I've always really believed in investing in processes and equipment that can better our fiscal responsibility and our public accessibility. And I think that this is like a beautiful example that does all of that. Fiscally, we're going to be more responsible because we're going to better understand our own budget. And so that will help us to budget in a way that will save money. I really believe that just knowing what we're actually spending money on and how we spend money, we'll be able to save money that way. And then also, we will be more accountable to the public because the public's going to be able to see the numbers in a much clearer way than they can right now. And that also leads to accessibility, both in accessing and understanding our budget, but also just paying bills and fees online. Like, oh my Lord, that like the fact that we don't have that now is like, we really, like, this is huge, right? And we really, it's why I wanted to update the website. It's why this is really a critical thing. These are the ways that the public interfaces with the municipality. And if we can spend and invest in these tools and services so that we're doing it better and we're pulling more people in, it's going to be an investment that's going to pay dividends in the future. So I fully support it. Is there any other comments, board?
I just want to comment on, you know, I think that Kim is a very active financial director, and she wears sneakers because she runs around all day talking to the different department heads. And this software is almost a metaphor for that because it'll tie all the departments together in a very efficient way. And I think it's a great idea.
Great. I don't see any hands on Zoom, and Frick is very engaged, I see, but don't see his hand up. So
Let's take a vote.
So I didn't mean to call you out the frick. So absent any other comments, and actually I just want to echo Daniel. I really hope that we fully utilize this software and this service. So I saw all those beautiful things that we can do. I'd really encourage that we really try to fully appreciate and use this to its full extent, because that's the only way that this is really worth it. So and I know that we will do that, and that's why I'm going to vote in favor of it. With that, there's been a motion to authorize the town manager to execute a contract with OpenGov in the amount of $79,500 for first-year licensing and $273,160 for one-time professional services necessary to configure and implement the modern financial and asset management software. Board members, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's going to carry 5-0. Thank you so much to OpenGov for being here to present. Thank you very much, Kim,
Thank
for
you.
all of the information.
Thank you very much
Absolutely.
for your support.
We're looking forward to FY25.
Yes.
Yes. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move on to
Better be good.
agenda item 8K, which is the approval of the FY24 utility fund budget. So board, we've already had a very lengthy and in-depth presentation of the FY24 utility fund budget last select board meeting. So this is an opportunity to ask any additional questions and sort of hear from Dan and Patrick if you've got other, yes.
Do you need to be water and sewer commissioners for this?
No, sir.
They are.
They are also.
We always are.
We always are.
Is that a thing?
That was something that was addressed when the board adopted the new rules for conduct of public meetings, and I forget the rest of the name of the document. But Attorney Fisher had inserted a provision that the board approved, which enabled them to take action as water and sewer commissioners, as liquor commissioners, and any other select board action at any time throughout the meeting without it being separately warned. So we're in good shape.
I liked it better the other way.
I know.
Always at the top of the agenda.
Yeah, you didn't have to wait all this time. Fair.
See the unintended consequence.
So, is there any additional sort of presentation for the utility fund, or is just any additional questions or comments?
Very, very, very briefly. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Patrick.
Yes, it's just, there was a presentation 2 weeks ago, as you say, it was a very lengthy presentation. I'm not going to go into that at all. The budget, which is before you this evening, is very similar to the one that was presented 2 weeks ago, but is different in one key respect. The water rents revenue portion of the budget before you this evening has been reduced from what had been a 6% increase down to a 1% increase at the general direction that the board was inclined to see lower rates. And so the revenues have been adjusted. And so the budget before you this evening continues to have $6,478,478 in expenditures, but now has $6,397,750 in revenues. And it continues to include a fiscal 24 capital fund expenditure of $1,385,750.
Excellent. And that's reflecting the decision the board made last meeting to lower the rates to 1 and 1. Or to
I wasn't sure that I'd call it a decision, but it was certainly clear direction that came to the staff that we'd like to see a 1 and 1 utility increase. And so that's what's been incorporated into this budget.
Great. Franz.
And what goes along with that is this being a deficit. There being a deficit in this year's, or in FY24's utilities budget, just to say it out loud.
Yep. And as we talked about last meeting, the intention to kind of run down the surplus we have, because it's so high that we could get it down to 3 months operating costs plus 2 emergencies is sort of the, and what's that number?
That number was $3.6 million.
Great.
And so the board at the last meeting took a look at, well, if we kept the rates here, what would that leave us with? If we lowered the rates further, what would that leave us with? And even at the 1-in-1, that provided enough financial security to be able to maintain 3 months operating and $2 million catastrophic emergency simultaneously. So
In that case, let's get a motion now, board. We'll have any further discussion. Daniel.
We thought we'd wrestle the motions back down this end. Okay, I move to approve the FY24 utility fund budget. Oh God, with revenues of $6,397,750 and expenses of $6,478,478, including a capital plan with FY24 expenses of $1,385,750.
Excellent. Daniel has made a motion. Further discussion, board. Liz.
I hadn't realized that we were being asked to approve a budget where the expenses are greater than the revenue.
Correct. That's because we had 6% for water, and we lowered it to 1% because of we haven't lowered it. We asked.
We're projecting to lower.
We're projecting to lower it because the surplus in the utility fund is so high that we could potentially lower it and get it down to a place where the healthy amount is a little over 3 million, which does the 3 months operating plus the 2 emergencies. Right now, we're way above that. So we run a deficit budget for a couple of years. We kind of get it down there. Plus, we're able to save the utility users money.
That's an excellent explanation. Thank you.
Of course. Daniel.
Right, and the reason why we shouldn't worry too much about adopting a deficit budget right now is because of this cash balance and the boon of saving the ratepayer. And we're not saving the ratepayer some money irresponsibly because we have that hefty surplus, too hefty. Too hefty a surplus. And so we're saving the ratepayers.
Here's a question. The silly select board just spent a little over $200,000 out of that surplus of the utility fund for financial software. Does that impact the
need to go and get some pieces of paper to tell you.
Well, I guess my question would be from town staff's perspective, is it less responsible to lower the water rate to 1% running this deficit, given that we're pulling an additional $200,000 out of the surplus?
So the wise select board made that determination. I assume knowing that even with that additional expenditure, the 1% water,
100% accurate.
The 1% increase in each of the water and sewer rents would still, at the end of the period of time for which the ordinance is intact, would still finish it out at about 3.7 million, with the target we discussed being 3.6 million.
Right.
And that's even after the utility fund contributes fairly significantly to the new software.
And the ordinance is 3 years?
There will be 2 additional years.
2 additional. Oh, because we're
2 additional years.
Yes. Okay.
So this is for fiscal 24 and 25.
And then a new board will look at that, and okay. Additional questions, comments, board members?
Me and the new board.
Liz and 4 strangers.
Yes. And I don't see any questions in Zoom world, and Rick's eye contact is so intense. I can tell he's just paying very close attention.
You guys are doing such a great job.
There we go.
Vote.
Oh, I thought you said vote.
Starting to chant.
So there's a motion to approve the FY24 utility fund budget with revenues of $6,397,750 and expenses of $6,478,478, including capital plan with FY24 expenses of $1,385,750 as presented. All those in favor, board?
Aye.
Aye. It's going to carry 5-0. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to the utility rate ordinance change first reading. So this reflects the change that we just made to the utility rate. Pass it over to Patrick.
So this is a first reading of the ordinance change. As the board will recall, utility rates are codified in the Brattleboro Code of Ordinances. It's usually done on a 5-year basis. Based on the analysis that the board has performed 2 weeks ago and then somewhat to a less degree this evening, it is now perfectly clear that the board is interested in reducing rates from a proposed 6% for the next 2 years for the water rents down to 1%. So this would be essentially a strikeout and underline of what would happen to Chapter 18 of the ordinance. It carries forward with the first couple of years exactly as they had been, and with the last 2 years adjusted downward from where they had previously been adopted.
And this is the first reading, so the second reading would be at the next select board meeting, and that's when we would approve.
Absolutely.
Correct. So no motion tonight. Board, questions, comments? Daniel.
Dan, I'm looking at the meter size table, and I'm curious, like, most residences would have meter sizes of what?
5/8.
Okay, so that lowers that, the first one on the chart. So like, were we to go ahead with changing this ordinance, instead of costing $40.76 a quarter, most residences would be charged $38.83 in this next fiscal year.
Yes.
And a little more saving the year after that. Great. Okay. Just real numbers.
Real numbers. They're a thing.
Thank you.
Other board members? Seeing none. Looking to members of the public. I don't see any hands up in Zoom.
Hey, Tom Mosikowski. Since I've had a house a few years ago and looked at my water and sewer bill, I noticed, there's the base fee and the use fee. And my use fee, I'm just one example, I've asked some friends too, the use fee tends to be amongst the little pool that I've surveyed less than the base fee. So I've thought in the interest of, cost reflecting how much you use and saving water, incentivizing, using less water and sewerage, perhaps the base fee could be just eliminated and it could all be rolled into a use fee, kind of like how we do for the pay bags. And the town doesn't charge for fuel, but that's the way fuel companies work, right? If you don't use any fuel, you don't pay anything. So that's my thought, people, because if your base fee equals your use fee, which it tends to be in my house and some friends I have who live alone, their use fee is much less than their base. If they reduce their water and sewage usage by 75%, they only pay like a quarter less or a third less because there's still that unchangeable base fee.
Daniel?
So,
I mean, Dan's probably the best person to answer it, but I work a lot with electric bills, and there's a base fee and there's a use fee for electric, because my understanding is that really the base fee is about covering the infrastructure, right? And everybody has to have the infrastructure regardless of whether you use a drop or a gallon. Is that a reasonable?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's different models. Different municipalities use different models for their rates. I think, if we were to eliminate the base fee, we'd have to increase the usage fee to make those revenues that we just talked about in the budget.
Yeah.
I guess
we're straying from.
No, it's just about fees.
We're on a first reading on.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Patrick?
Just a couple of things to offer to that particular conversation. The town has done, and by the town, I mean the town users, the population that lives in the town has done a really good job. We use less water today than we have in years past. So our overall water usage is kind of, not what it used to be. We've got, correct me if I'm wrong, about a 3 million gallons per day flow capacity, and we're somewhere around the 1.3.
Yeah.
So we've got loads of capacity in terms of volumes of water. And volumes of water are not really what drive the cost, right? It's the capital infrastructure. If we were to sell another, 500,000 gallons of water, that, our costs would stay more or less the same. So there's a need to have that sort of capital recovery in the base fee. And the use fee is there has been good work done in terms of water consumption, but it really isn't the driver of the expense.
All right. Other board members?
I was sort of cut off as I was about to ask you a question.
Okay. Well, I think it's peripherally relevant, but
Great. Well, we had some peripherally relevant stuff earlier. So one thing I'm just kind of curious about that is peripherally relevant, I will grant you. If the town were to seek to reduce the amount of water that's used, are there kind of rate structures of communities that are doing that, right? And I would imagine the sustainability coordinator would have some role to play in investigating that. So I'm not saying that it's completely germane to this, but I think Tom's point is a reasonable one. And when we're considering rates, it's important to know what our options are.
I think our new financial software is going to allow us to look at all sorts of different options.
Good answer.
Other board members? Okay, so in that case, we will have the second reading for this in July, I believe. July 11th will be the second reading of this. So we're going to move on to agenda item 8M, which is the approval of the FY24. Tom, did you run all the way down here for just this?
I was nearby.
Oh, okay.
I like to stretch my legs, doing housework and projects indoors all day.
God bless.
Running some late night errands. You
Fair
can
enough.
stay up late, and you moved it earlier at 5 p.m. Recently, right? Uh-huh.
Yes. Okay.
Thanks for bringing that up.
We are well aware. So we're going to move on to the approval of potential approval of the FY24 parking fund budget. Is that I don't actually know who's doing that. Kim or Patrick? Patrick? Kim?
Kim?
Yep.
Kim.
So you'll see we discussed the parking fund budget 2 weeks ago. This budget that is here in front of you has no changes. The only changes are on the cash reconciliation, where now we have a clear number for our capital expense for the fire alarm that failed at the transportation center. So we did get a quote for $67,525. Our DPW director and assistant are working at getting that quote down. We did only have one bidder, but they are actively, hopefully that will be the highest amount that we would pay, but hopefully they'll be able to get that down. So.
Okay, thank you very much, Kim. So my understanding from our last discussion of the parking fund is that there's going to be additional work done and more discussion and presentation on the parking fund in the fall.
Yes.
And that really because this we need to have a budget moving forward. The municipal staff is kind of asking the board to sort of pass this budget now so that we have something to operate with, but that there's probably going to be requests and possible changes and things for consideration in the coming months.
That is correct.
So given that, board, is there additional questions or comments?
We could make a motion.
Oh, yes, thank you. So can I get a motion? This side of
from me.
Liz?
I will. Oh, Liz is going to do it?
Liz is going to do it.
Yeah. I move to approve the FY24 parking fund budget with revenues of $650,500 and expenses of $943,963, including an FY capital expense of $67,525.
Liz has made a motion. Further discussion, board?
Friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment.
Just left out the 24. FY24.
Noted. Friendly amendment FY24. Other
Same question as the utilities fund budget. It's a deficit budget. Why should we not be too worried? You've already kind of sort of teed it up, but.
Yeah, and remember, it's not as big of a deficit because there is a non-cash expense of depreciation in the expenses. So it's really a deficit budget of like 15,000.
Yeah.
We will bring back, again, the data that you had previously asked for, and looking at the possibilities of how we can redo the fees and if there is a possibility to restructure how we do things.
Thank you for saying about the depreciation.
Yeah.
Welcome.
I had forgotten.
You're welcome.
Is it possible that the new financial software will be able to explain non-cash deficit depreciation?
Well, not really. It's depreciation is on our budgets, right? And it's basically like that safeguard to say, you are an enterprise fund, you should be making enough money to be able to pay back all of these expenses and to invest in your infrastructure, right? So as your assets are getting, are costing you less, they might be costing you more because you're going to have to replace them at some point. So that's kind of like the idea of keeping depreciation on a budget.
Yeah.
But in essence, this is a $15,000 deficit budget.
And so that's kind of the
Right.
answer.
But listen to what you just said.
Yeah.
If I were to read the true story of this budget, it would be that we are not putting enough money in to maintain our assets going forward, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And that's why we're relooking at
And that's-
everything. That's
yeah.
exactly why we're taking on the project.
And so I think kind of the answer to the why are we not really concerned about passing a deficit budget like this is that in the short term, the deficit's really $15,000. The long-term deficit to actually investing in our infrastructure here is not good, which is why staff are going to relook at this and bring us back further discussion and action items in the fall.
Exactly, and that's why we want to look at the infrastructure, parking meters and kiosks and all of that.
And my hope would be that that work and those considerations in the coming months will help to address that element of the issue in this budget.
Absolutely.
Further questions, comments, board members? I don't see any hands on Zoom. I don't see any hands in the room. So in that case, board, the motion is to approve the FY24 parking fund budget with revenues of $650,500 and expenses of $943,963, including an FY24 capital expense of $67,525. That's the fire alarm. Yeah. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's going to carry 5-0. Thank you very much, town staff, for being here. Really appreciate it. So we're going to move forward on to agenda item 8N, which is the committee appointments. So, board, we've got. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, so the agenda setting committee made the decision to not have committee interviews for the two committees that have contested seats today because we had such a long agenda, and even with the additional time, we're ending pretty late. So my proposal, should it be acceptable to the board, would be to not vote on the Developmental Review Board, which has currently 4 applicants for 3 seats, nor vote on the Traffic Safety Committee, which has 3 applicants for 2 seats, and instead only vote as a slate all of the applicants for the other committees.
Yes. And
Tree advisory.
Oh, I apologize. And the Tree Advisory Committee.
Not.
Oh, it's not. I read the wrong.
Yeah.
The Tree Advisory Committee, which has 2 vacancies and 3 applicants.
Unless Frick was here to withdraw his candidacy for the Tree Advisory Committee. Is this why you've stayed so late? No.
Did I put myself down for that?
You did.
Oh my gosh.
And the Energy Committee.
I was focused on the energy committee.
Okay, so
That's good, Chris.
so if we don't vote on the DRB or the Tree Advisory Committee, would the board be favorable to voting the rest as a slate?
Yes.
You don't have to do that. We can vote through each one individually if you'd prefer.
Slate.
Slate is great.
Slate it is.
Slate is great.
Slate is great.
Who's the other person on the tree advisory?
You've got two other people, Robert
Denise
Clements
Glover.
and Denise Glover. Okay, so in that case, can we just do a motion like that? I think someone want to make that for me? Franz?
Oh, go ahead.
I move that the proposed committee assignments be as presented, other than lack of voting on the Development Review Board and the Tree Advisory Committee.
Great.
How's that sound?
That sounds good. That sounds good.
Awkward, clunky, and itchy.
And right on.
And right on. So Franz has made a motion to approve the applicants for committee vacancies as presented, besides the DRB and the Tree Advisory Committee. All those in favor, board?
Aye.
Aye. That passes 5-0. I'd like to issue a congratulations to all of those members of the community who've been appointed to committees, and we appreciate your work and applications. We will ensure that we move forward on the DRB and the Tree Advisory Committee as quickly as possible and do those interviews. But I've been informed by town staff that those committees currently have sufficient people on them so that they can have quorums to continue to conduct the good work of those two committees as we wait to do the interviews for the other applicants. With that, I think there is one more motion. Liz.
I move to adjourn.
Liz has made a motion to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's going to carry 5-0. Thank you so much to VCTV. Thank you so much to our interpreters. Thanks to Patrick for running the Zoom. Thank you very much, John. And thanks, Frick.